Okay. Let's see. I'm new to the live control room, so I'm not really sure if the fact that it says stream status is bad is indicative of anything. I don't think it should be, because I'm not actually broadcasting the game yet. Alright, the live preview seems to be fine. Oop, mute that. Thank you. Yeah, well, the supposedly better live control room system they've got going on here on YouTube is somehow harder to manage than the just general Stream Now page. That's YouTube in a nutshell, ain't it? Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Here we are. We're getting ready to dive into the Outer Worlds, Obsidian Entertainment's latest offering, and it's really good to see them putting out a game like this again after so long, working under their own rules. I wonder if the anti-corporate messages in this game might possibly be an expression of discontent with the way their publisher handled Fallout New Vegas. I wonder. Possibly. In any case, for this stream, I'll be playing the Microsoft Store version, which I don't necessarily recommend if you're going to buy the game to own it at full price. But as far as the Xbox Game Pass service goes, well, you know, $1 to $5, depending on whether it's your first month or not, to play this game is a frickin' steal, assuming you have an Xbox or a PC that can run it. So, yeah. But the reason I don't recommend it is because there's a lot of stupid fuckery in the way the Microsoft Store handles its game files and DRM that make modding a PC game kind of a pain in the butt. And if you're going for PC over consoles, well, why would you ever go with the service that makes modding into a pain in the butt? You know, it's kind of like defeating half the point. Now, just got to get the game running, and I should be good. All right. Private Division is the publisher, by the way. And yeah, the game is made with the Unreal Engine, and that causes the general kind of issues that you would expect with performance. There's a lot of objects in the distance popping into existence in this game. Now let's see. Is the music maybe too low? Oh no, it actually raises in volume when you hit the button. Okay. Right. Whew. In any case, the PC version, it's okay. There were some issues with stuttering frame rate when it was set to windowed full screen, so don't set it to windowed full screen. It doesn't trap my mouse or anything. I can still move my mouse around on the other screen because this is a modern game, not one of the older ones that just trapped your entire computer. I'm keeping all of the volume down, except the voices, because I don't want to talk over the dialogue. Can you guys hear the music fine? I'm a bit of a terrible judge of this, because I have to keep my headset a little down, so that you aren't hearing the same dialogue echoed through my microphone. That would be embarrassing. In any case, other options that I want to call attention to before we start, though. There are hide helmet options. I'm not really sure why they bothered to include a show player helmet toggle, because the only time you see your player's helmet is in the menu screen. There is no third-person view, and I'm not as sour about that as I expected to be, because I get it why they did it. They had to cut a surprising number of corners when making this game. They just were really smart about which ones they cut. I am a little sour about them not having third person, if only because I know some people experience motion sickness when playing a game in first person, and being able to toggle away from that would probably help those players immensely. There isn't really much in the way of like platforming, and they did a good enough job with melee that I don't really feel the need to always switch to third person for it. I will say this, though. The field of view option here, I could turn this all the way up if I wanted to. Except when you do that, the camera starts to take on this roundish look to it in a sort of a way that is meant to obviously emulate the roundness of the human eyeball with peripheral vision and all. It makes me kind of queasy to play the game like that, so I keep it down at 90, which is still above the default. But I just wanted to make mention of that. Okay, and we have a good number of... Andy Mine P donated 50 of, I think, some currency that I don't recognize. I have no idea how that converts to American dollars, but thank you very much. I haven't even started the game yet. At least give me a chance to like, put the tin can out before you start throwing change in, would you? I'm kidding. Thank you very much. But, okay, what else? Okay, there are some, options that you can toggle for the HUD. You can turn the entire HUD off if you want. One thing I wish they had done that some other games do is give you the option to turn on and off certain HUD elements. Like, I would like to play without the compass at the top telling me in which direction to beeline for my next quest objective. But you need a mod to turn that off. In this one, you can just turn the HUD on and off. You can turn off the waypoint markers that appear like in the middle of the screen to tell you where your objective is and how far away it is. You can also turn off interaction outlines that tell you what objects you can interact with. I'm leaving that on for this live stream because it's a time saver, but normally I play with it off. And then of course there's if this is off by default, but you can outline your companions at all times or in combat only so that you know who not to aim at if you want, which is a nice thing. And then there are timed fade settings for your quest list and for the area name for whatever location you're in. So you can minimize or maximize the on-screen clutter as you like. Personally, I like to play this kind of game with minimal clutter. Like, I like seeing my health bar, but I don't necessarily like having a mini-map telling me where everything around me is all the time. I like to use my eyes. But, yeah, let's see. Lewis, have you checked out the Concrete Genie? No, I haven't gotten that far into this game yet, so I'm not sure what that is. How come BrainScratch is doing live streams? It's so odd, says Amy Kigurumi 1997. Well, the reason for that is that I've spent the last month or so on medical leave from work. Ironically, I'm starting this game just as my medical leave is ending. But yeah, that's the reason I've been doing so many live streams lately, because I've been sitting at home and figured I'd do something with the time. Before I start, I want to mention one big grievance I have with this game. Supernova mode. It's not just the hardest combat difficulty, it also has a laundry list of challenges. Enemies have more health and deal more damage. You have to eat, drink, and sleep to survive, like New Vegas' hardcore mode. Companions can perma-die. Crippled body and limb conditions can only be healed with bed rest. Weapons and armor work very poorly at 0 durability. Like, they already suffer at 0 durability in the normal mode, but it's worse here. You can only fast travel to your ship, you can only sleep inside your ship, and you can only manually save while inside your ship, and autosaves are more limited. There's a major problem here. You can only sleep inside your ship, but you can't access the bed inside the ship until you complete the first planet. Why? Just take that item off the list, and hardcore mode, Supernova mode rather, would already be a lot a lot more viable. But here's the other issue. The eat, drink, and sleep to survive thing and other challenges in Fallout New Vegas were a separate difficulty toggle that you could turn on at the start of your playthrough, regardless of what combat difficulty you're at. Normal mode is a nice, decent enough challenge, and I would love to play it with food, drink, and beds actually meaning something to the gameplay. I do love playing Fallout New Vegas with the eating and drinking and sleeping mechanics turned on. But no, we're going to be playing normal mode because I want to be able to save my game. There is a mod that turns on the ability to sleep in any bed and the ability to save anywhere for Supernova mode already, but I don't have it, and I don't want to go through the hassle of figuring out how to apply it to the Windows Store version of the game. Anyway. Yep. All subtitles on. Oh, this is on my solid state drive, so I don't really...
Why stay earthbound when prosperity awaits you in the stars? Come to Halcyon, the only colony on the edge of the frontier, owned and operated by corporations. A trip of 10 short years will feel like mere minutes, thanks to the comfort and safety of your very own hibernation chamber. You'll wake up in a perfect society designed to maximize your productivity, with guaranteed full employment. With only a minor term of service, you will become the master of your own destiny when you go out of this world to the Halcyon colony.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have time to look at all the neat posters that pop up on the, load screens. Which is a shame. They're good posters. Like, did you know that a lot of the houses in this game have fake windows on them? Just decorative fake windows. There's an advertisement for them in the load screens. There's a lot of flavor text in the load screens. It's great. I like this guy. He's sketchy as hell, but I like this guy.
Hundreds of thousands of colonists left to drift out here forever, just to keep from damaging the board's bottom line. Disgraceful.
Now, I'm not sure whether I should expect much of the board going forward, but my experience with Fallout New Vegas has told me that Obsidian will write a compelling argument even for the most obvious bad guy in their faction list. So I'm going to reserve judgment on them for now. In any case, this is, like, they got the letters wrong. S, P, T? Shouldn't that be an E something? There's no special here. That being said, I love the stat system in this game because each stat affects so many different things and not necessarily in the ways that you would expect. The Fallout games were based on an existing pen and paper system, and this has obviously been tailored specifically to the gameplay experience they want you to have here. So the stats and skills line up in a much more interesting way mechanically. I wish I could say that the rest of the gameplay mechanics are as interesting as the stats themselves. Combat variety is a little lacking, and there are some things that you could do in Fallout New Vegas and in other games like this that you can't here, like disarming and recovering mines, for example, and setting traps. It's pretty obvious that Obsidian's priority when designing this game was to just create a stable, well-written, well-structured RPG in their style, so that they could finally say that they put one of those out without it being a broken masterpiece. And then they would have a basis for sequels going forward. So I'm quite excited to see what they do with an Outer Worlds 2. Mechanically. But for now, Well, I'm just going to say that if you want to play this as an action game, you're going to find it a little underwhelming. The combat is fine, it feels nice, but it's not exactly deep. Having said that, I'm going to...
Must remember not to sneeze near you.
I'm going to dock a point from strength. You can only go 1 point below on a stat, so it's not like Fallout where you can take 2 points from strength and 2 points from luck, and 1 from another stat, and then dump them into your 2 favorite stats, and then put a trade in that makes up for that from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. and makes you absolutely terrible during the nighttime. Yeah, that's how I play New Vegas. Bite me. In any case,
You'd need a navigational computer to find your temper.
You don't get any health regeneration if you go down temperament, so I don't recommend doing that. Unless you want to use, like, just a ridiculous amount of healing items. I'm not going to go down on charm. You can go up to 3 points on any stat.
It says here that you solved mathematical problems just for fun.
Fallout, you're special. Outer Worlds, you're adipic... Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I do remember my computer problems from older Let's Plays, Amy. I remember them very well. In any case, I maxed out intelligence. I'm also going to max out perception.
I bet you could see right through the board's lies.
These two play into dialogue a lot. Another thing to keep in mind is that there's crossover in how stats affect skills. For example, your intelligence stat affects long guns. So does perception. But perception also affects handguns and heavy weapons. Your dexterity affects handguns. Strength affects heavy weapons. So, depending on what kind of weapon you want to specialize in, you might want to mix and match different stats in order to get different abilities. I'm taking a penalty to my melee damage here because 10% isn't that bad. The carrying capacity penalty is going to be significantly more of a problem.
Come on, Phineas, pick one and leave.
The tactical time dilation move time is a problem. But it's fine, because when I do tactical time dilation, I'm usually just firing off a couple well-placed shots. And the game doesn't actually drain a significant amount of time from your time dilation until you either move, as in physically move around, or fire your gun, or attack in some fashion. Or block, I suppose. That probably drains it too. So you don't really need all that much tactical time dilation time in order to make use of it in battle. Intelligence increases my critical damage by 35%, and perception increases headshot and weak spot damage by 35%. And another thing to keep in mind is that there are items
Decisions.
Phineas, be patient. I'm explaining things to the audience. Please. There are items that can increase your stats, and you can go above very high to the rank of maximum temporarily when you use them. So don't hold off on maxing out a stat here because you think you won't get any use out of something in the game. No, you'll get use out of it. If you go to maximum intelligence, for example, I think it bumps you up to 50% critical damage, which is ridiculous. Alright, let's see. I've got one more point. I could put it in charm. That's actually not a bad place to go. I could put it in temperament, which is also not a bad place to go. Or I could put it in dexterity to make up for my lackluster combat, with some extra reload speed and melee attack speed. I think what I'm going to go for is charm, because that's me. Charming. I know how to talk good. Clearly. The way this game handles skill points is interesting. It's also easier to get a handle on than the skill point system in Fallout, because for the first 50 points, you're investing points into categories rather than um, individual skills. Once these individual numbers hit 50, you have to select them individually and use 1 point to go up a point in just that skill in order to specialize up to 100. But in the early game, you're going to be investing points into categories. So it's easier to play a balanced build in the early game and then specialize later on. There is also a respec machine on your ship, which gets steadily more expensive the more you use it, that allows you to refund all of your skill points and all of your perk points and reinvest them. So it's totally viable to play a balanced character in the early game and then respec into something more specialized later on when you have more skill points and have a better feel for what you're good at in terms of playstyle. So you don't have to like really stress over what you do on the screen here. That having been said, I have 2 points to put into these abilities, and putting them in here. Uh, each point on the character creation screen adds 10 points to every skill under that umbrella, and you have to select 2 of them. I'm going to put them into
Someone with the
conversation.
talent for exploiting insecurities.
Thank you for that assessment, Phineas. I'm going to put them into dialogue because this is an Obsidian game, so that's stupid useful. And I'm also going to put them into tech.
Ah, a fellow tinkerer.
Because these are not just useful for doing things in the environment or to your equipment, they're also useful for dialogue. If you know things about these topics, you can say things in dialogue, like make observations about a situation based on your knowledge there. And whenever you pick a dialogue option, whether it's one of these persuasion options or the medical science engineering options, or even just an option that appears based on your intelligence or perception stat, you get extra experience points for doing that. So you definitely want to invest in these fairly early-ish on. That's not to say I've started with enough points to do everything there is to do on the first planet, though. I know for a fact I'm going to need 10 more in engineering. Luckily, I know exactly where I can get 10 more points from engineering. Do you know where I'm going to go for that, viewers? I bet you can't possibly guess. This is kind of like the traits screen from Fallout, only not halfway as interesting. These are just small bonuses that you get based on your history on planet Earth, like what your former employment was. It's pretty tongue-in-cheek, and get used to that for this game. Like, if you're a factory worker, conveyor operator, you get a +1 to your dodge stat, because you got good at not losing your fingers. Yeah. Manages to make a statement about the state of planet Earth, which is not good. Anyway, I'm going to be a cashier, the most relatable job on the planet, and that will give me a +1 bonus to my persuasion. No transaction is finished without a smile. You live for the ka-chunk of a bit cartridge getting inserted right side up, the redemption of loyalty points, and the promise of a good day. Come back real soon. Bye-bye now are more than empty words. They're a promise and a standard you intend on carrying to the frontier.
I can be reasonably sure you know how to add and subtract.
um, can we just reflect on the irony of a super intelligent, super perspective worker being stuck as a subgrade cashier? Yeah. Go to college, kids. It will ensure that you get the best job. Anyway, character creation. You can create a face. This doesn't really apply to anything outside of the menus, because no one react to anything that you look like. They might react to your gender, but you can't actually see your character in the world either, which is a shame, because there's also customization options for your armor, not just different armors to equip, but upgrades that have aesthetic effects on your armor, and you only actually get to see that when your companions are wearing the armor. So whatever cool armor you might be rocking is invisible forever. The character creation system here isn't like super robust. It's no Fallout 4 face creator, I'll say that. But you know, it's good. There's a decent number of faces, and then you can tweak the shape of them. Let's see. I'm gonna go with face number 8. Looks fine. It's a little hard to judge hair color and skin tone on this character creation screen because of the lighting. I always think I might have picked brown hair, and realize once I've started the game that I've picked red or auburn instead. It's but the eye colors and hair colors you can go with are pretty wild. There's I wish more RPGs had this many eye color choices. Look, you can just go all pink-eyed and stuff. And why doesn't this game have a third-person view? Yeah, because Obsidian didn't have the budget for it. At least they're being upfront about that, rather than talking about immersion or whatever. They just didn't have the budget for it. The Outer Worlds was not a particularly high-budget game. Okay, I'm going to go with blue eyes. They're different eyebrow types, maybe? Oh, yeah, hair. Eyebrow style. Let's go with, oh, yeah, and you can pick facial hair. No, facial hair and makeup regardless of gender. I like it when games do that, because it's such an obvious thing. It takes more work to limit those things to one gender than it does to just say go wild. Let's see. This is an awkward hairstyle to pick because the very first NPC you speak to in the game has this hairstyle. Now, unfortunately, there are no long hairstyles, well, except for this one, to pick from when you're creating your character, because the character creation screen, all of the hairstyles are designed so that they can be stuffed into a helmet. It's kind of like Mass Effect in that way, where the only hairstyles they allow are the ones that can realistically be stuffed into helmets. Which is why Mass Effect has like 10 billion mods for different hairstyles that are all long and stylish and absolutely unrealistic to look at because they're stiff as a board. And then you realize that BioWare might have had a secondary reason for only picking short hairstyles, and it's because they don't have to deal with hair physics. There are a lot of reds on this color selection bar. I'm going to go with this. This one looks fine. Alright, now let's go back to face. I'm going to tweak some appearance settings here. My analog stick keeps getting stuck at just slightly tilted to the left, so the character is slowly rotating. I wish these games had not just a general sensitivity setting, but also a dead zone setting, so that you could say, hey, I'm going to slightly expand the dead zone of my analog stick, so that I can compensate for the fact that my Xbox One controller is just slightly in disrepair. Just slightly in disrepair. Anyway, Any other features I want to have? Let's see, scars. I miss when Mass Effect had these, but it's like, oh no, we want to use our scar system. We want to replace our scar system with like surgical scars that glow evil red when you go slightly renegade. So let's see. Alright, that's not bad. A little bit of eyeshadow. Oh, okay, well, I've answered a question I'm sure was on all of your minds. Can I be a ridiculous edgelord goth? And the answer is yes. You can also be that weird monk woman from Jack 3, apparently. You can be Jade from Beyond Good and Evil. You can be Harley Quinn. Well, the game doesn't let you have the pigtails, so the illusion is spoiled, but wow, these makeup options are pretty wild. Like, you can have a permanent bloody nose. Okay. Why are these listed under makeup instead of scars? They look like they should be listed under scars. Okay, and the makeup also has some options that could be referred to as face paint, and they also have freckles. Freckles under makeup. Did they just not want to have a fifth option under features? It looks like that should have been like its own option, but I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna go with freckles. Why not? Now, a name. I'm so glad to see people correctly identifying the game's world as space communism in the chat, because like I just spent like 20 or so goddamn minutes before this stream looking at people online complaining about how like it's all anti-capitalist. Well, there may be some anti-capitalist elements, but the message of this game is more like, hey, conservatives, you know that saying about staring into the abyss and it's staring back, and those who hunt monsters eventually becoming monsters themselves? Yeah, you might want to step a little bit more carefully with your capitalism, just a little bit. Or, snowball. Flaming snowball. Full of shit. And saltuna. It's not the best choice, so don't take it. Anyway, name. I need a name for my character, and I'm drawing a blank. Rose is a bit, generic. Let's see. I don't know. I'm actually like legitimately at a loss. Okay, let's go with just something simple. Iris. It's not much of a step up from Rose in terms of genericness, but I like it. Iris. There we go. Okay, and this is our stats. We have absolutely piss awful melee, and block. We have pretty terrible sneak, and we're about as inspiring as a sack of bricks. But we're very determined. We are full of determination. We got good engineering, good science, good medical, and we can college debate with the best of them. Nerd alert. And we have decent everything else. So this is not a bad place to start in this game. And the beginning of the game on normal mode isn't terribly difficult, so you can get away with having bad stats. I just wouldn't bother using the melee weapons at this point. With low strength and low skill, both at the same time. Like, you can compensate for low strength by pumping points into your melee skills if you want, but at this point it's pretty much useless. Yet you need to get to 20 in a given melee skill to even unlock the power and sweep attacks with that particular weapon type. You need to get to 40 to unlock body part targeting. With guns, you actually unlock body part targeting at 20, which is good. Anyway, let's get moving. I think I've spent enough time on the goddamn character creation screen. We've been here for half an hour. Let's go. It's a Western RPG, all right. We've been here for half an hour. Ugh.
Looks to be your lucky day, my friend.
Please power down your engines and prepare to be...
Not likely, bootlickers. Ugh. Initiate skip jump.
So does some of the music just ignore my volume settings entirely or something?
Status. Structural integrity down 25%. Power levels down 9%. Skip drive.
Shit.
Inoperable.
Yeah, that about sums that situation up.
Ah, there you are. Wondering what's going on, eh? Bit of bad news there, I'm afraid. Your colony ship was inexplicably knocked out of skip space and forced to complete its journey at sublight speeds. This means that you and every other colonist on the Hope have been in suspended animation for 70 years, give or take. Normally, reviving someone after so long leads to some quite horrifying results. It's called explosive cell death, but it's really more of a liquefaction. Something wrong? Oh, yes, well, not to worry. I've pumped your body full of a special concoction I devised to keep you from dying so horrifically. Hopefully at all, but I guess we'll see, yes? Unfortunately, I used the last of my chemical supplies saving you. I know it's a lot to ask, but I must have your help securing more if we're to save the rest of your fellow colonists. I'd see it done myself, of course, but the board has a sizable bounty on my head. Now, my ship is inoperative, but I've managed to hire a smuggler to help you out. He'll be... Oh, I see we're in position. Good luck!
Bold of you to assume I'm a hero. I mean, you're correct, but bold of you to assume. Okay, well.
Can you hear me? Is this thing working? Ah, there you are. Now, where were we? Oh, yes, the smuggler. His name is Hawthorne, and he should be waiting for you at the landing site. He's to be your chauffeur, so to speak. Not to worry. I'm told he's a specialist. Dashing gunslinger, one-of-a-kind ship, that sort of thing. You'll like him, I'm sure. I've also outfitted you with a simple wireless monitor, so I can track your progress. I'll check in with you as soon as you land. Good luck. All the colonists are counting on you.
That guy constantly has to correct himself from saying I to we and us. It's like he's so fundamentally selfish in the head that it keeps slipping out. That's what I mean when I say he's really sketchy. Anyway, let's get out of the escape pod and, like, you know, meet this smuggler.
Ah, you've landed. Good. Hawthorne should be close by. What in law's name? Is that him? Oh, that idiot. I told him to plant the beacon and move away, not stand there holding it. Oh well, no sense in letting his ship go to waste. Hawthorne won't mind you taking his ship. Better you than the board, huh?
Well.
Not sure I trusted the fellow. Might have gone after the bounty on my head. Shame about the whole squashing thing. Nasty way to go.
Okay. This is not how I imagined my first day in the colony worlds would go. Whew. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Here we are. We're all decked out in our cryosleep gear. Phineas didn't even think to give us, like, new armor. Man, we look weird. with those hoses dangling out of our suit. And if you're still wearing this when you start talking to people in the town, they comment on it. They also comment on it if you steal armor from the marauders out here and wear that instead. It's a little amusing. Okay. Yeah, we landed on the guy that we were supposed to be meeting. uh, well, that one's not on me, okay? That one is on Phineas. Phineas takes responsibility for that one. He's the one who stuck me in a pod and shot that pod at the guy. All right? All right? I am not a murderer. I am not a crook. Now, this game does look nice, and it's running pretty smoothly on mostly maximum settings on my PC. I've turned off motion blur and dialed a few non-essential settings down so that I have less trouble streaming with the game on, but you're going to notice some pop-in, and, well, that happens even when you're at max settings, so... I've got view distance dialed up to its max. It doesn't stop it from happening. It's, an Unreal Engine thing, as I understand. Oh, there are... enemies over there, and I don't have a weapon. One of the things that you can do in Fallout and Elder Scrolls and all that you can't do in this game is unarmed combat, and I kind of resent that because it means this section here gives you no option but to sneak by. Or run away, I suppose. Anyway, I'm going to take some Adreno. The Adreno is... Oh, wait, hang on. Yeah, tutorials. Adreno is your healing item. It heals 25% of your health over 2 seconds. It does have a slight delay, but it's only a slight delay. You can load these into your emergency medicinal inhaler. Yeah, you heal yourself with an inhaler. You're going to want to collect as much Adreno as you can. There are probably better healing items later in the game as well. But the interesting thing about the emergency medical inhaler is that as your medical skill increases, you unlock additional slots. So you can stick Adreno in one slot and a stat buffing item in this other slot and use them both at once. It's pretty good. It's interesting. I like it. I'm not going to be doing it probably until after the first planet because I don't really think that there are any situations on this first planet that benefit from it much. I suppose if you're going with certain low stat builds, it might. This is another reason that I wish the game had third person. These grass segments are a little difficult to judge when all the grass goes like super transparent like this. Anyway, that indicator above their heads, that little white triangle diamond shape, that turns into a taller triangle and starts to fill up when you're within sight of an enemy. And depending on your sneak stat, it'll fill up slower or faster. The moment it fills up the top, they'll go into caution status and start looking for you. And when that fills up, they've seen you, and the jig is up. Yeah, you see it happening? There you go. You see it? Watch out for it. Oh. Low ceiling. Whew. Alright, we're past the wild animals.
Easy now. You've been frozen for a while. There's bound to be unforeseen side effects.
For a moment, I could see the universe. Are you sure those are side effects from being frozen? You didn't, like, hop me up on mushrooms or anything, did you? There's a lot of mushrooms here. Oh, speaking of mushrooms, there's, like, no running around harvesting random ingredients in this game. It's not that kind of RPG. I figured I'd mention that because it comes up a lot in these kind of games. Down we go! Woo! Oof! And that hurt quite a lot. It also, like, very briefly hit me with a cripple effect, I think. But, this is the point where if I had the little tutorials on the side of the screen, it'd be prompting me to use, a health item, but, I've got 2 points of health regeneration per second, so I can just let that heal on its own. As long as there are no enemies around, you don't really have to worry about it.
Hey, you, come here.
Hey, buddy.
You've tried the best now. Now try the rest. Spacer's choice. Oh, law, that stings.
Sit still, I'll patch you up.
Looks like the bleeding stopped. I owe you one. Hope you don't mind me omitting this little exchange from my report. Spacer's Choice doesn't like us accepting outside help.
That sounds a little restrictive. But okay, I'm sure they have their reasons. I wonder what the rationale behind that policy is, now that I think about it. I'll have to look for a chance to ask that question of someone. Spacers, what?
Oh, we're all part of the Spacer's Choice family here. Not that I deserve to be. Can't even deliver a company slogan. We were out on patrol. I saw a marauder camp up in the hills. Thought I could take him. Then my gun misfired. Right through my side. I mean, what are the odds of that, right? Just barely scraped by with my life. Crawled in here and blocked off the exit with those canisters.
What were you doing out here?
Investigating an illegally grounded ship. All spacecraft must arrive and depart from authorized landing pads. That's board law, that is. Some hullhead grounded their spacecraft out in the open. That's a real good way to attract marauders. See those canisters by the entrance? Marauders come sniffing around in here, and I can take them all out with a single shot. Not bad, huh?
I've got a better idea. Give me your gun, and I'll go get help.
Yeah, okay. You look like you know your way around a gun. Got some spare ammo, not counting the bullet in my side. Here, you can have my saber too, for patching me up and all. All Spacer's Choice weapons are now 30% less likely to malfunction. You've tried the best, now try the rest. Spacer's Choice. Yes, nailed it that time.
Okay, can you tell me where I am?
You hit your head or something? You're in Emerald Vale. We're a Spacer's Choice community. Edgewater's a little ways down. Prettiest place in the Vale. Be sure to stop by a provisioner's for a can of our famous saltuna.
Okay, this guy is really, really prone to spouting advertisements at me. I wonder what's up with that. I already know what's up with that, but seriously, it's what I was thinking the first time I played this. The game starts off really tongue-in-cheek, but then as you get into it, talking to people and learning how they think, it gets pretty grim. Do you know anything about the Hope?
The Hope? Is that some sort of fancy new drug? Are you with Auntie Cleo or something? Don't take this the wrong way or nothing, but I'm not allowed to fraternize with Cleo workers. Company policy.
Okay, I'm off. You can put your gun away by holding the reload button, and then pull it out by tapping the reload button again. But this leads to some interesting moments where you're walking around town and you're talking to like a nameless NPC who just has ambient dialogue to spat at you, and then you talk at them and pull your gun out into their face right before they start talking. Yeah, awkward. Anyway, all of the items around here are free to be taken, so I'm going to do that. We got a mag pick, that's for lockpicking. Ooh, gourmet saltuna fillets. I have no idea what saltuna is, but it sounds salty. And I love the salt of my enemies. Tartarus sauce. You mean tartar sauce, right? You mean tartar sauce, right? Okay. Pre-sliced bread. Is it trendy to drop the A? Fast ration pills. Finally, something I understand. And a mag pick. And if you go over here... Yep, you can just barely pick up the dehydrated water tablets. Dehydrated water tablets. Okay. I feel like that removes the point of water. I mean, instant water, just add water. Okay. I might as well call attention to it now, but the food items do have buff effects. Like, for example, dehydrated water tablets gives your body attributes a +1 boost for 30 seconds. So if you actually do want to melee for a bit, you can chug this and bump yourself up to average strength and go to town. The fast ration pill is a plus 200% natural health regeneration. So you can eat this and you get really good health regeneration for 2 minutes. It's a good way to heal fast if you don't want to wait for your slow-ass health regeneration after a battle. Or if you think you're going to take a lot of damage beforehand. You can treat food like the potions in the Witcher series if you want. This one also does the same thing. The fast ration pill and the pre-sliced bread have the same buff effect. Tartarus sauce is base health plus 25% for 2 minutes, so you can buff up your health. And the gourmet saltuna fillets, same deal. You can't put these in the medical inhaler. As funny as it would be to actually, like, literally inhale your food, they do not give you that option. The mag picks are used for picking locks. The higher your lock picking skill, and there's also bypass shunts, I think, for another similar skill, hacking, I think, where you're the higher your skill, the less of these you need. Once you've hit lockpick 20 and higher, then if your skill exceeds certain locks by far enough, you won't have to spend any mag picks at all to unlock certain things. There are a lot of containers in the early game that that require you to use your lock-picking skill to open them. If you don't invest in your lock-picking skill early, you're going to be leaving a lot of locked containers behind when you leave this first planet. So, you know, I mean, you can always come back to this planet and unlock them later if you really want to. I'm just saying.
Damn it, my ears! Oh, what just happened? Can you hear me? What in the hell? This...
I'll tell you what's wrong with that piece of junk. It's not the best choice. That's Spacer's choice. You get what you pay for, man. Wait, what? Oh! It's happened again. And if that mascot doesn't say, "I'm high," I don't know what does. Tactical time dilation, hibernation complications detected. Due to complications stemming from being revived after an extended hibernation, your brain processes time differently. So basically, you can activate a slow-mo mode. It's kind of like VATS from Fallout, but it's more integrated into the real-time system, whereas Fallout's VATS system is the modern Fallout series' way of integrating a turn-based system into a real-time first-person shooter system, because the first two Fallouts were actually turn-based and positioning-based, and you can target body parts for different effects and everything. In any case, yeah. Yeah, you asked for that. Boom! The way the looting system in this game works is odd. You just highlight a thing with your crosshair, and it automatically opens it up to show you what's inside. But if, like, you down a corpse, if you down an enemy and they don't have anything, you have to check them, and the window will briefly appear for like a second with nothing on it, and then vanish. Sometimes it will remain on the screen if you're lucky enough to not have your crosshair overshoot by like half a centimeter. But after that first thing, it just doesn't come back up again. So it's a little awkward. We got bit cartridges, which might be a parody of bitcoins. Bits are an electronic currency generated by room-sized Earth Directorate mint frames back on Earth. They consist of non-duplicatable codes and ciphers, and can be transferred from one cartridge to another. They are Bitcoin! Okay. Okay. So... Alright, we got a bit of light ammo. The ammo system in this game is only divided into 3 types. Light ammo, which is for handguns, submachine guns, that kind of thing. Heavy ammo, which is for like assault rifles, sniper rifles, all of that, and energy ammo, which is for energy weapons, obviously. I will say that the energy weapons in this game are more immediately useful than the ones in the modern Fallout games tend to be, because the weapons you get in this game are they usually come into your possession at 100% durability. You don't have to fix them up to make them useful. Um, okay, Zero G Brew. Let me guess. This is like off-brand Nuka-Cola, right? Zero G Brew is alcohol, so it boosts your personality attributes, but it also takes away from your charm, um, and your perception and your dexterity, and it lasts 30 seconds. Wow, you drunk only lasts for 30 seconds? Okay. Flint Grinkiger, how do you say that? Just donated $20. Just a reminder, this BSC live stream is proudly sponsored by Spacer's Choice brand artificially flavored and canned saltuna. It's not the best choice, it's Spacer's Choice. Yes, indeed. I got a mag pick. Tarmac and cheese. What's tarmac and cheese? What is tarmac? It's not real tarmac or real cheese. It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's Choice. It's another one of those those 200% natural health regeneration items. There are a lot of food items that have the same buffs in this game. Pre-sliced bread, fast ration pills. Ooh, fish sticks with an X. That's how you know they're trendy fish sticks. As always, the first ingredient is salt tuna. Some filler added. That's you guys don't know how funny that is unless you've already played through this planet. Base health plus 25%. That's another one of those. Okay. Is this an outhouse or something? It might be. We got a mock apple. What the hell is a mock apple? One medium-sized mock apple. That doesn't really tell me what a mock apple is. Thanks, though. Oh, wait. This is a good opportunity. If you hit the right stick button, it brings up a you can examine the model of the item and just rotate it around Skyrim style, and usually it has more information about what the item might be up in the corner there, but obviously not in this case. Like if I were to pull up my handgun and be like, this is probably the most common handgun in the entire colony. It's not a bad little gun, and it's a great source of parts. But if you pull up the inspect panel for a weapon, you get like the whole breakdown of all of its skills, and it's a little bit intimidating. Don't bother paying attention to that. All you need to know is what it does damage per second and how fast you can fire it and everything. Speaking of which, there are options in the menu to I missed. There are options in the menu that you can use to determine. Oh, Andy Mine P. Same person as before donated 20 of that currency that I don't know what it is, and asked, "Is it made by fish from the river Styx?" That might be the case. There is a planet called Tartarus in this game. Yeah, you didn't think the Tartarus sauce was just a random joke, did you? There's a planet called Tartarus. Now what was I saying? Oh yeah. In the settings menu, if you go over to UI, you can determine whether you see whether you see like a weapon's base stats when you look at it, or if you uncheck it, it will see the item. You will see the item with your skill affecting it, like how much damage per second you can do and all of that. So if I were to go back into the settings menu and check that. No, that didn't change anything, actually. It's probably because I don't have enough skill to really affect anything right now. Huh. Well, whatever. Oh, right, hang on. I've got all these tutorials with unread notifications on them. I really, really wish this game had a mark all as read function for the codex. The codex is not like the mini encyclopedia codex you would expect from a BioWare game. You do get like story-based logs that you can collect as you explore certain areas, but they're really small and really minor, and most of what you learn about the different races, or, well, not races, this isn't Mass Effect, the different factions and societal groups and customs and places and locations and all of that, you learn through dialogue and exploration rather than reading it in a file. Anyway, I'm debating whether or not to even spend 3 mag picks on this thing. Sure, why not? Oh, hey, it's a telescoping staff. Oop, I hit the wrong button. Using lockpicking does get you experience points, by the way. Alright, let's see. I wish there was a glamour type option for this game. What, like cosmetics? Well, you can't really see your character outside the map, and outside the menu anyway, so it'd be kind of wasted. People have asked the question, like, what's the point of creating your character if you don't see your character in the world? Well, you know, the same point of as picking a face in Daggerfall when you couldn't see your character in that either. You want to at least have an imagination aid so that you know what your character looks like. Okay. Alright. Visual confirmation on 2. Ugh, he's walking away. And that guy's... Oh. Hi! Ha! You thought you could get away, did you? Oh. Hi.
Make you bleed!
Ha! Okay. Yeah, you just keep shooting. You're not gonna hit me. Boom. 2 bitcoins, 12 light ammo, and an Adreno. Thank you. That guy could have used that Adreno. Too late now. More sentry sabers. By all means, pick up every extra weapon and piece of armor that you can find, because even if you can't carry it, you can break it down for weapon and armor parts to repair your existing gear. And that's invaluable. I will say that you get more weapon and armor parts if you break them down at a workbench rather than out in the field, though. So if you can carry it, keep it on you. And break it down when you're back in town or something. But yeah, you will want to keep as many of those weapon and armor parts on you as you can get your hands on, because they have no weight. They don't affect your carrying capacity. Breaking it down into weapon and armor parts is effectively dropping it with a bonus. So, go to town. Go wild. Whereas Johnny been the last few commentaries, there was a period of time a little while ago when we were recording those commentaries where he was on a break because he was busy. So he wanted to refocus on his own channel for a little while. So he didn't join us for a few commentaries, and now is about the time when we're getting to those commentaries. Who?
Hey! Get over here before you get yourself killed!
Hi. You look like the superior here. Private, is that like some subspecies of general?
Talk to the lieutenant. She's certified in customer service.
Okay.
Damn marauders are out of control.
I think, like, another side effect of having been frozen for so long is that I just have a compulsive need to raise my gun whenever someone talks to me. I'm blaming that on the cryostasis, and that I'm not changing my story, no matter how many times you ask me.
Don't know where you came from, stranger, but you best keep your head down. There's marauders hereabouts, and worse, landing violators. Gall on that rung leech. Landing in the Vale without using an official Spacer's Choice landing pad. I'd slap him with a fine if it weren't for all these marauders shambling about.
It's funny how they always wind up sounding like commercials when they talk. It's funny in a sad way, though, as you get to understand how this world works and how these people think. You stop thinking about it as purely a joke, and it gets pretty serious. Oh, negotiation is a thing, but you're always going to have to fight the marauders because they're kind of flesh-eating cannibals with, like, they don't even try to talk to you and you can't talk to them. So, I mean, there's one NPC who was able to get along with them, but she bribed them with drugs. I wish I could try that, but I can't. Oh well. Let's see. So I heard, I found one of your teammates holed up in a cave.
Really? How is he?
He'll make it. I helped him with the pain.
Shouldn't have done that. Spacer's Choice family ain't authorized to receive medical aid from off-brand physicians. We'll see him back to Edgewater, just as soon as I cross these marauders off with the swift, cost-efficient fury that's made Spacer's Choice the most trusted brand in personal defense. I just, need a couple of winks to catch my breath. Stretch my legs some.
Can I just say, like, this game gives me the same, like, charming feeling in the facial expressions during dialogue that Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 1 does. And that's interesting to note here because from the footage that I've watched of Bloodlines 2, they didn't quite nail that aspect there. Like, the facial animations there seem really stiff, but they seem to have gotten it good here. I hope they upgrade the facial animations in Bloodlines 2 before release. There's quite a lot of time between now and then, so who knows, they might. Now, you can use one of these persuasion options to get these guys to fight the Marauders for you and get some experience for doing it. I'm not going to do that because, well, this seems like the less altruistic choice anyway, but you also get more combat experience if you fight them on your own, I think. Maybe. In any case, losing out on one dialogue choice's worth of experience isn't much of a loss at this point anyway. Don't worry, you sit tight, I'll handle it. Okay. One, two, 3, and 4. Who here is the most dangerous? Handgun. Okay. Get behind a rock. Oh, hey. Where'd it go? Oh, there you go. Oh! Down. Okay. Ha! Nailed it. Let's see. It's like the Truman Show. They have to advertise whenever possible, only they aren't actors. Greyu TT says. Yeah, yeah, it kind of is. And that was a disturbing movie, I'll say. Ah, now that I've killed them all, you're coming down here to go do your job at last. Some rebuilt mining gear. Let's see. Oh, hey. A canned ferrule. It's got two, junk items. You do want to take the junk items because they don't usually weigh all that much. These weigh like a fifth of a pound. Or kilograms, sorry. And, they sell for a decent amount of bits, which is always nice. That's all junk items are for, is selling. You can't expect to find bit cartridges on an animal, so you pick bits and pieces off of them and sell them. You can also dump other items into your junk category and just bulk sell them when you're at a merchant. So, did you see that part where I did your job for you? It was awesome, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
This is gonna take a lot of paperwork.
I need to break that habit. Okay, so this is Hawthorne's ship. It's actually, like, surprisingly huge. This ship is, like, it feels like it's bigger than the Normandy, but I doubt it actually is. Like, just like the proportions, the size of the different parts of the ship makes it look bulkier than your standard Ebon Hawk or Normandy type ship.
Please be informed that this vessel contains no valuable plunder.
Welcome aboard Apex Transport Triangulum Colony 2325, the Unreliable. That's promising.
Unauthorized access of spacefaring vessels is a crime. Please submit yourself to the authorities.
I would, but I don't know who they are. Can you help me figure out who the authorities are in this mad, mad world I found myself stranded on?
Hello. Please be informed that
Oh,
I am authorized to use violent retribution against unwanted solicitors. Please
damn it.
return.
Hang on. I'm sorry. I skipped over dialogue because I was holding a button. I just need to pick up all the items that these enemies dropped again. The quick saves are pretty generous in this game, thankfully. Was it just those two in the cannon? I think it was just those two in the cannon. In Supernova mode, the quick saves are a lot more limited, so be aware of that. That having been said, I should probably do a manual save now. This was just my my test play to make sure that the game works, so I don't need that anymore.
Please be informed that this vessel contains no valuable plunder. Unauthorized access of spacefaring vessels is a crime. Please submit yourself to the authorities. Hello, Marauder. I am Ada, the autonomous digital astrogator of this vessel. Please be informed that I am authorized to use violent retribution against unwanted solicitors. Please return any misappropriated equipment and exit this vessel in an orderly fashion. Failure to do so will result in your immediate destruction.
I'm not here to misappropriate anything.
I detect an elevated heart rate, indicating dishonesty. Please prepare yourself for lethal deterrence. Jettison procedures initiated. Disengaging airlocks. Preparing to eject all boarded parties in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You realize we're on the ground, right?
You are still here. My deception protocols have failed. I have been programmed to express disappointment.
Is this Hawthorne's ship?
This vessel is the registered property of Captain Alex Hawthorne. I am incapable of accepting orders from anyone other than Captain Alex Hawthorne.
Hawthorne's dead. I'm sorry.
I understand. I will require some time to process this information. Thank you for your patience and for your honesty. I am programmed to take orders exclusively from Captain Hawthorne. If I accept your orders, then you must be Captain Hawthorne. Do you understand?
I get it. You need me to be Captain Hawthorne or you can't fly.
Well done, Captain Hawthorne. I see your powers of deductive reasoning remain intact. Unfortunately, our engine is currently inoperable. Our main drive suffered a critical power failure, and we were forced to make an emergency landing. The main drive's power regulator has been irreparably damaged and must be replaced.
I doubt I'll find a part like that just sitting in a garage.
Astutely observed. However, the probability of locating a power regulator within a worker settlement falls within acceptable parameters of certainty. High-capacity power regulators are sometimes employed in the electrical networks of worker settlements. I have taken the liberty of printing you a new Captain's Identity cartridge. Please try not to lose it this time. This cartridge identifies you, Alex Hawthorne, as the registered proprietor and captain of the Unreliable. Do you understand?
Captain Hawthorne of the Unreliable. I like it.
Thank you. I appreciate your cooperation. Best of luck in your search for a power regulator. Try to stay alive this time.
Leveled up. You've been promoted. Congratulations, you have gained enough experience to go up a level. Keep leveling and you'll be upper management material in no time. Work diligently, improve yourself, and you too can achieve middle management. Okay. Auntie Cleo is a little less optimistic than the last one. Anyway, on every other level you gain a perk point, but every level you gain 10 skill points, so you can level up different categories in whatever, you know, in whatever quantity that you need them to go up. It's worth noting that every skill has some special abilities that you gain when you get those skills up to 20, 40, 60, 80, and 100. Every 20 points, essentially. So if I were to put 2 more points into defense and increase my dodge to 20, I would gain the ability to dodge forward or leap forward and close distance that way. I don't particularly need that right now, but what I do want is to put 2 points into my ranged so that I can get my gun up to my handgun up to 20 and unlock body part targeting in slow motion. Let's see. I already have over 30 persuade, so I've unlocked the ability that makes that gives you a 20% chance of causing humans to cower for 3 seconds after the first time you hit them, which happens, one in every 5 times. One in every 5 times you get the drop on someone, they'll cower for 3 seconds and be a sitting duck. It's a good way to get in a quick kill. I do like that you have combat buffs that trigger based on your dialogue skills. So there is more than one reason to go after a particular kind of skill. That's nice. Because I have hack already past 20, I can sell goods to vending machines. How does that work? I have no idea. I'm also going to put 2 points in here so that my lockpicking skill goes up to 20, and I can use and I can unlock certain things for free. Anything that's low enough that I only need 1 mag pick for it now costs 0. I'm going to put 2 points here to get determination up to 20, so that once I have a companion with me, they'll be healed very slightly by healing items that I use in the inhaler. It's quite a nice little buff. And I've got 4 more points. What should I put them in? What should I put them in? Oh god, I don't know what to put them in. Let's see. I think I'm going to put them in leadership, because I do want to increase that. There we go. Leveled up. Leadership affects your companions mostly, not you. So you want to, depending on what kind of playthrough you're trying to do, you might want to completely ignore that. Which is a good segue into perks. Perks can be picked to, complement or offset the weaknesses of your particular playstyle. One of the things that you can choose between on the perks screen are perks like Deadly Demonstrations here, which gives you a benefit for fighting alongside companions, and perks like Lone Wolf over here, which gives you a benefit for fighting without companions. There are a couple of these. You get a 25% damage buff to everything when you don't have anyone in your party. Down here is Soliloquy, which gives you a 10-point boost to all your dialogue skills when you have no companions in your party. Are there any others? I don't remember. Let's see. No, I think those are the only two, maybe. Oh, wait, here. 33% detection radius of enemies. Reduce the detection radius of enemies when you have no companions in your party. Okay, so because companions are so good at staying out of your way while you're actually actively stealthing around, they did in fact have to include a perk to turn companions into a downside if you want to be stealthy. The companions in this game work pretty well. I'm going to be using them pretty much all the time, so I'm not going to be getting any of the perks that give you bonuses for fighting on your own. I am first going to be picking the Deadly Demonstrations perk, which gives you 50% XP boost for everything that your companion manages to kill. I'm going to have to take some other perks later on to make up for the fact that my carrying capacity is pretty shitty. Traveler here is a good perk to grab because it lets you fast travel while you're encumbered, which you can't normally do in these kind of games. So that's a good bonus. Basically, when you're encumbered, you can, if you so choose, fast travel back to your ship, stuff your extra items into a storage container, or break them down at a workbench for additional parts, more than you would get on the field. Or you can go sell your junk items at a vendor. It's a cool thing. But Deadly Demonstrations for now. And Deadly Demonstrations also means that you want to use your companion's special attacks quite a lot, or sometimes maybe just hang back and let them get in the killing blow. Anyway, where was I? Okay, so we have this ship, and we need to find a power regulator
These
for it.
surveillance devices allow me to monitor you constantly. Please ignore them.
Okay. Now that you told me they're there, I can't unsee them. Ugh, Ada. All right. To Adreno. Nice.
I suppose everything on the Unreliable belongs to you now, Captain. Help yourself. No, really.
Okay. I'll unlock this. Oh, yeah, the criminal activities tutorial. I mean, it's not a criminal activity if it's on my ship, but, yeah. A light assault rifle. That uses heavy ammo. Now, let's see.
If your equipment is in need of repair or modification, the Crux 2000 workbench is at your disposal, Captain.
Thank you, Ada. So, yeah, these workbenches allow you to... Well, here, this is a good, opportunity to demonstrate weapon repairs. This shotgun that we just picked up is at 5% condition. So in order to make use of it, you need to repair it with parts. It takes 15 weapon parts to make that happen, but I don't really have a reason to want to use the shotgun, so I'm just going to break it down. And that will get me one extra weapon part. I don't really want to use the light assault rifle either. There are better rapid fire weapons that you can get in the early game. I personally favor the 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 submachine gun type weapons that use light ammo, because light ammo is everywhere. You're basically never going to run out unless you go crazy. So I'll break that down and get 3 weapon parts. And I've got like way too many goddamn sabers, and the telescoping staff is not bad, but I have no reason to want it, so I'll take those. And I'll break down 2 of these. And I probably should have done this before, but I've got a 91% Sentry Saber, so I'm going to unequip that and put the perfect one in. You don't always want to be doing that, because there is an additional reason to hold on to a specific weapon. You can do more than just wear these out and repair them. You can also... Hang on, I'm going to break down this spare sword. 1 second. Breaked it down. You can also tinker with your weapons. Spend a small quantity of bits. I don't know why you use bits for this. But basically you pay to increase their damage or their armor rating. You can increase your engineering skill, and at certain thresholds the cost will go down. And you can do this repeatedly to the same weapon. It costs more each time. But basically you can turn your stupid little beginning of the game pistol into a super pistol eventually. I wouldn't bother wasting money tinkering the beginning of game pistol, though, because, well, better weapons tinker into better end-game weapons, you know? But once you got like that triple burst firing energy pistol that I love so much, go to town, tinker that into oblivion. I don't know why you take your gun out every time you climb a ladder either.
Want to be a brand new you? Try out our respecification machine. Alex installed it himself, right before he died.
I'm sorry, Ada. I'm sorry that my escape pod crushed your captain. What? Oh, I didn't say anything. Anyway, yeah, this is the respec machine. You can use this to refund your points. It costs like 500 bits the first time you want to use it, and after that it costs more every time you use it. So, if you're going to use it at all, I would say start out with a balanced build in the early game, and then later on in the game, like I said earlier, respec into something more
The ship's
specialized.
engines cannot be powered until a replacement regulator has been properly installed.
So once you find the power regulator, this is where you put it. Simple. Up the ladder we go. Whew. Stop pulling your weapon out. God damn it.
Due to catastrophic power failure, all doors will remain on security lockdown.
Yeah, so like I said earlier, Supernova mode prevents you from sleeping anywhere else other than the ship, and you need to sleep every so often to survive, like, you know, like a human. So, you can't sleep until you finish the first planet, which basically means you have to barrel through the first planet at breakneck speed for game meta reasons. Kinda undermines the whole roleplay element of needing to sleep in order to survive. Got some saltuna. Good. Algae lager? Hang on. Oh, let's see. Food. Oh no, those are weapon parts. A bunch of nanners. That's what's a nanner? It doesn't look quite like a banana, but it kinda does. That's just more alcohol. Okay, same effect as the other. What is it with this two-way camera? What is this? Wait, is this the Darth Maul equivalent of the camera obscura from Fatal Frame? Oh my god, it is, isn't it? That's what it's for. It sucks in spectral apparitions from 2 directions. I want one. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, and this hallway is full of rooms that you can explore and your
These are
companions
the
hang out
crew's
in.
quarters. Alex preferred to travel alone, but he always had me.
I'm sorry, Ada. But yeah, once you have your companions and you've fixed up the ship, you can come over there, visit them in their quarters or down in the engine room, wherever they hang out. It's a lot like Mass Effect, really. This door leads to the captain's quarters, helpfully labeled with a plaque. That's where you'll be going to sleep in Supernova mode. And regular play, you just sort of don't bother with it, do you? The only thing you get for sleeping in the other difficulties is just time passing. You don't even get like a well-rested bonus the way you would in Skyrim or something. Or Fallout, for that matter.
Say, this wouldn't happen to be your ship, would it? Because you sure walked in it like it was your ship. And if this ship is yours, well, ma'am, you owe Spacer's Choice a hefty fine. Afraid we gotta dock your pay.
You've got it all wrong. I'm a Starship Safety Inspector.
Oh, by the law. I'm so sorry. I had no idea we had an inspector coming. If you'd like to speak with my manager, I report to Constable Reyes in Edgewater. Edgewater's not too far. Just follow the road east of here, over past the cemetery. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to inspect the crime scene before I make my report.
Take care. Bye-bye, then. And in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Anyway, yeah, east. That's where we're going. There's nothing stopping you from wandering around this little chunk of open world, but this isn't one of those Skyrim, Fallout, New Vegas, Fallout 3 kind of games where it's one big open world. It's more like, you know, chunks of smaller open world on different planets. Like Mass Effect, only better. Expect that comparison a lot, because they do a lot of BioWare-esque game things in this game. I like to think of it more as them channeling the spirit of KOTOR 2 than actually ripping off BioWare, though. There are some KOTOR 2 mechanics in this game, like how lockpicking is handled and all. Okay, we've got 2. Any more? Hi. That was unnecessarily violent on me, I'm sorry. Hi! You lost to me in a sword fight. Ha! Okay, that guy, oh, does have something. The targeting reticle was just being a little screwy. Okay, 3 bits, 7 bullets, and some Adreno. 3 bits, 10 light ammo, a sentry saber. Oh. Rest in peace, my friend. And you. Although if I had to wear suspenders day in and day out, I'd be praying for some marauders to come murder me too. Let's see. Now that is a beautiful night sky. One definite plus for an RPG like this taking place in space is that you don't feel quite so shortchanged when you have to play during the night, because you get a really stunning view there. Okay. Well, this game is a lot more open than Knights of the Old Republic 2. Knights of the Old Republic 2 was very restricting in where you could go and in what order. It was more like Dragon Age Origins in the sense that the non-linearity aspect was more about like which of the planets that you went to and which of their main plots you tackled first, rather than having tons of explorational freedom in the moment. Hey there.
Whoa, hey, where'd you come from?
Hi. That's a nice hat.
Don't go ambling out in those hills. That's marauder territory, friend.
I noticed. I'm just passing through.
Ain't safe out here. You'd best head into town. Avail yourself of Edgewater's high walls. And low prices.
You can lie and say you're Alex Hawthorne. I never got your name. I'm Iris.
Pleased to make your acquaintanceship. I'd shake your hand, but I've been hauling corpses. You don't want none of that on you. Name's Silas. Junior in humor for the town of Edgewater. We're all part of the Spacer's Choice family.
Junior in humor. A fancy title for a gravedigger.
Hey, I earned that fancy title. Started off a lowly junior gravesite builder, then junior interment engineer. Oh, and I was a junior burial assistant for a time.
You seem pretty old to be a junior anything.
The rate I've been working, I'm bound to earn a promotion. Must be about 50, 60 burials away from associate in humor.
Okay, who do I talk to about a power regulator?
Definitely not the junior in humor, that's for sure. If you've got business inquiries, you should stop by Reed Thompson's office. He's up in the tower above the cannery. Head into town, follow the road. Look, you obviously ain't a worker. What's your racket? You a smuggler? Freelancer?
Depends on the work. You offering me a job?
Edgewater is a company town, board-owned and operated. That includes the cemetery. None of us own our gravesites, we rent them from the company. Renting means money. Money means paperwork. Paperwork means signatures. Some of our families become a mite delinquent in paying their dues, you see?
You're making people pay for their own graves.
Company policy. If it was up to me, I'd put the whole town 10 feet under, free of charge.
Why can't you collect these fees yourself?
Quotas, mostly. Got a backlog of graves to fill. Bodies won't bury themselves, you know?
Alright, I'll collect your fees for you.
4 workers still haven't paid up. Phyllis, Conrad, Ludwig, and Martin Abernathy. He's a special case. You may want to twist his arm a little.
Why is Abernathy a special case?
He just is. Look, I don't want to get into it. Just make sure he pays up.
Where can I find these people, then?
Conrad's got a barbershop in town. Phyllis works at the cannery most hours. Abernathy... I ain't seen him in a few days. His domicile is near the cannery. You'll find him in town. All except Ludwig, that is. He's over by the landing pad.
Alright, there's something else I wanted to ask you, though.
Yeah?
How long have you been a junior in humor? Gravedigger, whatever.
Hang on, I'm doing some math in my head. 20, 30, carry the 1... all my life? Work's been real good to me. Fresh air, exercise. Only problem's the paperwork. Can't get anybody to pay their gravesite fees.
You lose a lot of people to marauders?
Former people, yeah. Marauders been raiding my graves, you see. Hence the armed guards.
What are they after? Loot?
Oh no. They are after the most precious loot of all. Spacer's Choice Company property. If those marauders swipe any more bodies out of my cemetery, company's gonna dock my pay.
Okay. This town must be in pretty bad shape if it's keeping you employed.
You could look at it that way, I suppose. You could look at us and say, those Edgewater saps lost near every soul to plague. But you'd be wrong. We're survivors. Loyal company folk, brave in the wilds.
You're not worried about falling sick?
Every now and again, a virulent plague sweeps through our town. That's life on the frontier, I suppose. A body grows accustomed.
I should go. Okay. That was an interesting conversation. Hey, it's a coffin. What do I have in terms of armor? Nothing. Oh, come to think of it. Did I leave some armor behind? I think I left some armor behind. Oh well. when I reloaded that save. Okay, let's see. Oh, what's over here? Oh, hey. Early retirement. Do you want to end your years in luxury and comfort? Do you dream of walking beneath the vaulted arches of Byzantium? Early retirement is finally here. Early retirement is your ticket to Byzantium. Early retirement is Chairman Rockwell and Minister Clark's gift to you. Selection for the early retirement process is by lottery. Winners enjoy an all-expense paid trip to their new life in Byzantium, the jewel of Halcyon. Huh. I wonder what that's about. No, I legitimately wonder what that's about. Oh, and we're at the point where taking stuff means stealing stuff. But let's check this computer. Let's see. Spacer's Choice. You've tried the best. Now try the rest. Spacer's Choice. Did you have to say Spacer's Choice right after you said Spacer's Choice? What is it with large corporations and having no idea how not to sound ridiculous? Edgewater, Saltuna Cannery, a Spacer's Choice property, terminal access. Welcome, Junior in Humor. Oh, he left himself logged in. How convenient. Messages from Inhumors Association. From Inhumors Association to Spacer's Choice Junior in Humor, Emerald Vale Division. Subject, a special offer. Dear reader, your subscription to the Inhumors Association newsletter has arrived. There's a newsletter? There's a newsletter for gravediggers? Is that a thing in the real world, or are they being funny with me? I think they're being funny with me. We'd like to invite you to renew your subscription. Act now and we'll throw in a copy of our newest publication, Shovel's Gazette and Quarterly. From Spacer's Choice Human Resources. From Spacer's Choice Human Resources to Spacer's Choice Junior in Humor, Emerald Vale Division. Subject, official advertisement text. Edgewater Cemetery is a property of the Spacer's Choice Company. The Spacer's Choice family takes care of its own from the cradle to the grave. Gravesite plots and headstones are provided by Spacer's Choice at an affordable rate. Comfortable, spacious plots. Custom engraved headstones and monograms. Complimentary eulogy courtesy of the Order of Scientific Inquiry. Let your spirit rest in the privacy of a Spacer's Choice brand gravesite. I wonder who their competition is. I mean, I don't know. Am I paranoid? I suspect a monopoly here. Inventory logs. Burial invoice. Password required. Hack 1 bypass. Burial invoice. Name Theodore Granger. Cause of expiration industrial accident. Burial status successfully interred in gravesite 13F. Gravesite fees paid and accounted. Inhumer's addendum. Teddy's corpse was missing a hand. Deducted 5 bits from gravesite fee because I'm a kindly fellow. Okay. So someone died and they were missing a hand. Alright. I'm not really sure how that could possibly be important enough that I needed a hack, but at least I got some experience points for it. Yep. Woo. Transition to Edgewater. It's a little awkward when Edgewater is actually, like, very, very close to the name of a town near where I was born. Or, well, not near where I was born. Near where I was raised, I should say. Put your gun away. You're in town, stupid. Hi.
They start asking you for some medicine, come tell me. I'll set them straight. Spacer's Choice takes care of its own.
Oh, okay.
Keep your distance, friend. Sick house is no place for a traveler.
I'll keep that in mind, thank you. So they said something about a plague. Let's see what that's about.
I appreciate the company and all, but you really ought to leave. You don't want to be seen around me.
Why not?
Because I'm sick. You don't want to associate with people in the sick house. We're not worth your time. I'm in about as much trouble as I can be. No reason you ought to be tarnished by association. People are gonna talk.
You make it sound like I'm being watched.
The walls talk, is all. We all got sights on each other. Any of us breaks company protocol, boss is gonna hear about it from 6 different mouths. Maybe you don't know this, but there's a real simple reason you don't talk to the plagued. You don't want what we've got.
I've got some training. I could take a look at you. Oh yeah, and there are some dialogue options for the other stats from time to time. Like if you had high enough strength, you can pick this one. The thing is, there's an option in the menu to like completely hide all of the dialogue checks unless you pass them. Like the original Fallouts did it. I've turned it off for now. I've set it so that it shows them all no matter how far away from the option I am, so that you know where the options are. But you can play it like pretty much like the original Fallout, where you have no idea what options you might have missed unless you've already gotten them in a previous playthrough, because they just won't appear unless you pass the check. I've got some training. I could take a look at you, and thank you for waiting so patiently while I talked to our viewers over here. I mean, I know it was kind of awkward just standing there scratching your head, looking to the left and the right like that, but, you know, I've got some training. I could take a look at you.
Don't. Please. I could get into a lot of trouble.
What kind of trouble?
People trouble. Lazy worker like me getting special treatment from some out-of-town physiker like you? People will talk. Company always tells us, weak spirits lead to weak bodies. If I didn't want to fall sick with plague, maybe I should have worked harder. Maybe I should have taken more pride in my work.
That's not how it works. Actually, working harder would probably just make you sicker. But you know what? I'm not even going to argue this. It's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. You can't blame yourself because you fell sick, he says, immediately after saying he's not going to argue this.
I really wish you wouldn't say those sorts of things. I told you once already. People could be listening. I'm feeling a touch faint. If you don't mind, I'd like to be alone for a spell.
I'll leave you be. Okay, so, they have this idea in their heads that getting sick is somehow their own fault, like they didn't work hard enough, so they got sick. That's obviously not how disease works, so what's the deal with that, eh?
Time to collect a fine bounty. Something's not right. Get him! Waste of company ammo!
You know, maybe if you kept the sick house clean, you wouldn't have to waste your company ammo shooting the mice. Idiot. It's just a nameless NPC. I'm not going to talk to too many of those. They don't really have much to say. That came out of the bathroom. Great. Anyway, yeah, if you're playing the kind of character who steals, you can get quite a lot of items just wandering around people's houses. One thing I will say is that it does...
No prisoners! Take him down!
What? Are you taking cover from...
Serves you right, dissident! Waste of company ammo!
What the hell? The reactions to the vermin. Just great. Grade A stuff. What I was about to say was that it doesn't seem like the NPCs have any kind of daily schedule. The only ones that ever seem to move around are the guards. Everyone else just sort of stands in one place the whole time. So that rather common element of these kind of games is missing. It's another one of those things that makes me say, yeah, Obsidian was really focused on just making a stable game with good writing and structuring, rather than, you know, attaching all the expected bells and whistles to it. Anyway, barbershop. We gotta talk to this guy for that side quest. I'm so excited.
Please don't touch anything. Your hands are probably crawling with germs. Physical hygiene recapitulates moral hygiene. Cleanliness is next to lawfulness.
I didn't actually get that line until this live stream, when I realized everyone was using the word law as if it meant God. And then knowing what I do about this place's religion, that makes perfect sense. Intimidate 5, I can show you my hands. No. Do your haircuts usually come with free lectures?
We don't believe in free anything here in Edgewater. We're a Spacer's Choice company. I'm Conrad. You will report to me if your hair fails to meet Spacer's Choice aesthetic standards. You will also report to me in the event of your death, whereupon I will clean and prepare your remains for interment.
Prepare my remains for what?
Burial, in the unfortunate event of a fatality. It's what a barber does. We make you presentable.
I've got some questions for you.
Go ahead.
You seem pretty enthusiastic about this place.
Edgewater has been good to me. I consider myself privileged to work here. I am never wanting for work, not since the plague started.
Sounds exhausting.
As the good Vicar says, work fortifies the spirit of a man. If you want to feel exhausted, try not having any work.
Having spent about a month out of work, I can say I have, and I feel significantly less exhausted than I normally did, so something is wrong with your philosophy, my friend. What do you know about this plague?
The plague's come at us with a vengeance this year. Lost 6 workers in as many months. I wouldn't call them good workers, mind you. If they were any good, they'd have been treated. Still, it is a shame.
Wait, they can treat the plague, but what? Why don't you treat all your workers?
Company policy, friend. We don't have enough medicine to treat all of us, so we treat the best among us.
Whose idea was that?
Mr. Thompson's brainchild. Have you met him yet? Thoughtful-looking fellow, stares out of his office most hours.
Now, the first time I played through this game, and I was talking to all of the NPCs around Edgewater, I realized really quick that, like, my brain and their brains are not on the same wavelength. I might as well be talking to aliens. So I tiptoe around any dialogue options that really express any discontent with what they're doing. Because I'm pretty sure it won't help them, and I'm pretty sure it also won't help me, so don't rock the boat, I guess. It's interesting because this game's situation where you're just a normal-ass worker who came out of cryostasis after taking off from planet Earth, and you're 70 years in the future on this weird alien world that has such a radically different society than you were expecting or could hope to understand. It puts the character in the game in the same mindset that you, the player, would be. So you can just roleplay as yourself in this game, and it would make perfect sense. But yeah, it was interesting, to say the least. To say the least. But yeah, let's Silas, the guy up front, you know, the guy who buries the bodies you so lovingly prepare, wants me to tell you that you haven't paid for your own gravesite.
Ah, gravesite fees. Silas and I had talked about this at length. I thought I'd made it clear my pecuniary situation precludes the necessary restitutions.
You mean you're broke?
As broke as pie crust, friend. Bitless, indigent, destitute. I simply cannot afford it. I am a blemish on the prosperity of our fair settlement. When I expire, I expect Silas to toss my body into a ditch.
You have a very loose definition of the word prosperity.
Edgewater is built on the discipline and sacrifice of its people. Say what you will about our town, but we all pull together. Tell Silas I can't afford to pay, and that I fully expect to have my medical rights revoked for this dereliction. With my apologies.
Hang on. Medical rights?
Some time ago, I fell ill with the plague. By the grace of the law, and through my own hard work, I'd proven worthy of treatment. Frankly, I don't imagine I'll earn that right a second time. The barber work hasn't been profitable, you see. I've had to keep this old place running with my own savings.
Just give Silas an IOU.
Not a bad idea. But I'd need some kind of collateral. My pair of lucky clippers! No, that won't do. Your idea intrigues me, but I'm afraid I don't have anything to give Silas. I'm open to suggestions.
I'll let you know if I think of anything.
Much obliged.
Okay, let's look around. What have we got here? Some Adreno. This is empty, empty. You could sell the gun on this dead body for a few bits. You know, I'm just saying, I don't think he needs it anymore. Hey! Hey, I think this guy has a collector's baseball card. Why was he carrying that around in his guard uniform? Huh. One second. Huh. I don't suppose you'd mind if I take this. Okay, let's see. Scientist doesn't have anything. Oh, hey. Letter from Phyllis. Conrad, receptionist shot himself. This is bad. Company is going to have to call it for what it is. Destruction of Spacer's Choice property. Eugene was an asset and somebody has to pay his body price. This is gonna ruin us, so I was thinking that we pawn off his teeth. Eugene had a full set of gold teeth. Heirlooms passed down his family or something. Heirloom gold teeth? What? What? That's like an heirloom wig for a family that suffers constant male pattern baldness. Okay. Let me see. Alright, you're processing his body, right? Just dig around and pry them out. We sell the teeth somewhere nice and quiet, use the bits to pay his body price, and nobody's the wiser. What do you think? Don't write back. In fact, don't talk to me at all. Just give me a special signal next time you see me. Waggle your eyebrows. Phyllis G. You do that, and people are going to think you're hitting on her. These people just do not think things through. You'll be sending all sorts of weird signals. Okay. Now, let's see. Right,
What can I do for you?
You sound like you've had some training. I know a thing or two about medicine.
Oh? Am I in the company of a fellow doctor?
I'm guessing you were trained at a medical school?
Experience was my teacher. Experience and... So, you want to be an embalmer, brochures 1 through 5, courtesy of the Spacer's Choice Department of Career Development.
Okay. Okay. I know about Eugene. Why not use his teeth as collateral for your gravesite fees?
You know about Eugene? How?
I found a note from Phyllis.
Then, you know Phyllis suggested selling off Eugene's gold teeth. I didn't approve of the idea then, and I don't approve of it now. Eugene's golden teeth were a family heirloom, representing 3 generations of poor dental hygiene. He took them to his grave.
I'm sure he won't miss them.
That's unthinkable. Eugene's body and all rare earth minerals contained therein are solely the property of Spacer's Choice. I can't ask Silas to dig up a man's body and pry a few teeth loose from his jaw just to pay my bills. Can I?
You're going to have to.
Yes, I suppose I must. Here you are. Gravesite papers affixed with my signature and an IOU.
Goodbye. Whew. What a character. Is that sign sparking? Oh god, it is. Ah. Oh, this place is depressing. Sonic Celeste asks, how on earth do you have a full set of gold teeth? Easy, you lose them all and get them all replaced. What I'm most impressed by is that this is apparently a generational thing. 3 consecutive generations of everyone losing all their teeth. I'm sorry, that's a reflex. I didn't mean to stick you up just now.
You read the latest report?
Only the part that said we ain't making our quotas.
Hey there.
If only McDevitt's folk hadn't abandoned us. Cannery could use those extra hands.
Nothing we can do about that.
Sure there is. We can have another 0G.
Even when you're having a depressed conversation with each other, you guys sound like a commercial. Please stop.
Never seen you here before. You a visitor? Welcome. On behalf of the Spacer's Choice family, let me welcome you to where am I again?
You're drunk.
What? No, I'm Winslow. Lester Winslow. Says so right on my permanent record.
Just don't vomit on my shoes, please.
Oh, it's fine. I'm only on my 3rd bottle. I don't start heaving up my guts as long as I can count to 3. Company lets me imbibe as much 0G brew as I can afford. Even gave me a discount on account of my injury. You jealous yet?
You were injured?
Yep. Got my mid stuck in a rotor wheel. Shredded my wrist up real good. Conrad went and sewed up my hand, but I couldn't do much about the pain. Boss was real generous to me, though. Got myself a 5% discount on 0G brew. After the 2nd bottle, the only pain I feel is emotional.
5% discount. That's your medical benefit? A 5% discount on booze? You sound like you need a surgeon.
Hey, Conrad's a surgeon. Well, he's a barber. That's like surgery, but for your hair.
I'll leave you be. Okay. Okay, I think I need to go to the bathroom. I'm just gonna curl up into a fetal position in the corner and cry. Oh, hey! What's this? Hey! Someone stuffed something behind a toilet. Huh. I wonder what that's about. Let's see. Sealed bundle. A curious bundle discovered near a latrine in the Edgewater Cantina. A note reads, if found, please return to Ludwig Miller at the landing pad. Thanks. Ludwig Miller is the guy that we're supposed to, like, go collect fees from at the landing pad. Okay. Oh, okay. Not real sure about that. Yeah, I think I might have just recovered a bomb of some kind from your restroom lady.
I don't know you.
Nice to meet you too. Everyone's so friendly and welcoming in this town. Now, I'm Iris.
Amelia Kim, Spacer's Choice Beverage Dispenser. I don't know what you're about, but this here's a Spacer's Choice drinking establishment. We're all loyal, hard-working company folk here.
Is something going on here that I should know about?
Am I that easy to read? Yeah, we've been having some problems lately. Loyalty issues, lines in the sand. I know where folk in Edgewater stand. But you, I don't know you. If you're gonna have a drink, I'd like to ask that you do it within the premises. Can't have you taking drinks over to those deserters.
What's this about deserters?
Traitors. The lot of them. Bunch of folks decided they were tired of working and went out into the wilds to fend for their own selves. Town's already struggling to make quotas, even without that band of slackwits abandoning their posts. Bunch of lazy, shiftless rung leeches. Anyway, enough about them. What can I do for you?
I want to talk to Reed. Where can I find him?
Do you now? And what makes you think Mr. Thompson wants to talk to you? He's a busy man. You want to talk to Mr. Thompson, try ignoring your duties. He'll summon you up to that great big tower atop the cannery, and you'll get yourself a proper dressing down.
You say that like it's a good thing.
It is a good thing. If you're not pulling your weight, you don't deserve to live here. Simple as that.
There was something else I wanted to ask you.
Go ahead.
So what's your story?
I don't see how that's any of your business.
I'm not trying to judge you. I'm just curious.
You're the first to ask after me in some time. I'll give you that. But I don't have a story to share. My family's worked Spacer's Choice for 2 generations, and I've lived in Edgewater just about all my life. Wanted to work in the sciences once upon a time. Would you believe it? That was a wild fancy. Glad I disabused myself.
So you had a dream of being a scientist. What happened?
What happened, you ask? What always happens when you're dreaming? I woke up. I just didn't have the brains for it. Asked too many questions. Wasn't suited to the work. So I did the right thing and worked the life I was always meant to live. Now that I'm behind a bar, I can ask all the questions I want. Important ones. Like, when are you going to pay your tab? And would you like another round of cold, refreshing 0G?
Asking questions is the foundation of science. The best scientists ask too many.
Don't talk to me that way, please. Spent many years disabusing myself of that notion. Don't need you putting it back in my head. Lab work ain't for me. Never was. Never will be. Spacer's Choice put me where I belong, and for that, I am grateful.
You've been scrubbing dishes all your life?
What's wrong with that? It's good, honest work. Pots and pans don't scrub themselves. Glasses don't fill themselves either. Unless you're in Byzantium. I hear everything's automated there. Not that I'll ever find out.
Sounds like Spacer's Choice took care of you.
They did. They gave me a life. Gave me a purpose. This is where I belong.
Thanks for the story.
Not so fast. I told you about my life. Your turn to tell me about yours. So, what's your story?
I'm still trying to figure that out myself.
What's there to figure out? Stands to reason you work for a company. You ain't Spacer's Choice. Could be you're with Auntie Cleo.
That's right, I'm an anti-Cleo worker. Definitely, sure, yeah.
Don't see what a Cleo worker's doing in Spacer country. Trying to eyeball the competition, are we? Well, good luck trying to figure yourself out. Sounds like you'll need it.
I'll have a drink.
Coming right up.
Your merchant skill is equal to the value of your best dialogue skill and is used to negotiate prices when buying and selling from vendors. So that is another benefit of having a higher conversation skill, is that prices gradually go down. Another thing that affects prices is your reputation, which you can see over here on the character page. You have different reputations with all the major factions in the larger game, and then there are the secondary factions, which are for the most part just local factions that belong to certain areas of the game, and you won't really affect them unless you're in their area interacting with them. There are two factions on the first planet, the Deserters and Spacer's Choice. And obviously there's conflict between the two of those, if you couldn't tell. So you're going to have to make some choices along the way as to who to support and how.
Another day at the cannery.
Don't go knocking your work. At least we've got work.
Phew. There's a general store. Yeah, I'm going to stop by the general store. Hey there, buddy.
It's not the best choice, it's Spacer's Choice. And before you ask, I'm all out of deluxe saltuna. All I've got is gourmet.
At last, someone who sounds like a commercial and has an excuse. I have some questions.
Go right ahead.
About this plague that's supposed to be going around.
Plague? I don't know anything about a plague. We are the very picture of hot-blooded physical vigor.
Is there a reason you feel like you have to hide what's going on?
You have got the wrong idea about me. I've got nothing that needs hiding. Some of us who get sick are liable to exaggerate the conditions of that sickness, but the fact is, if you work hard, you have got no cause to worry.
What do you mean by that?
Survival of the fittest. It ain't just the law of nature. It's company policy. Medical treatment is commensurate with our value to society. Spacer's Choice will dispense medicine for the indispensable worker. Natural selection at work.
And if you don't work hard enough?
Then the hand of medical science will not grace you with its touch, and you must recover on the virtue of your own grit. Listen, you mind if we talk about something else? Rambling about company policy gets me feeling all lightheaded.
Yeah, I'm totally feeling that. I'm totally feeling that. Let's see what you're selling.
Music to my ears.
Anyway, right, junk. I have a tossball card worth 6, and the canned stuff from before. Hold down X, and you can sell all your junk in one swoop. And while I'm here, I am going to buy something to wear that isn't an obvious cryostasis outfit. 49 bits for a worker outfit. And this has the same +5 tech skill benefit as my current armor, just a little less actual armor. But hey, I look like a normal person now. Woo. So, let's keep going. Oh, hey.
You think corporate's ever gonna visit?
I'm not holding out hope.
Dissenters in our midst. Help the chairman and Minister Clark defeat our foes. Chairman Rockwell and Minister Clark, the team to lead Halcyon to an even better tomorrow. Well, they certainly look nice and upstanding and virtuous on posters, don't they? This is a nice building. I mean, like, it's really grimy on the outside, but, you know, all things being relative. Hi.
I don't have time for this.
That is the best reaction to someone randomly pulling out a gun and pointing it at you. Uh, hey there, buddy. And who are you?
Yes, what is it? You're an outsider. Fantastic. Vicar Maximilian de Soto, at your service. Or Vicar Max, if you're the sort who prefers brevity. I so rarely get new people to talk to. Name your poison, anything at all. Spiritual counseling? This season's tossball predictions? The quickest way out of town?
One of these things is not like the others. Um, um, I mean, I could see the quickest way out of town being part of the spiritual counseling thing. Not so sure where tossball comes in. How did you know I'm an outsider?
I've never seen you before. And there's been no paperwork indicating a transfer. Half the time it's wrong, but a new worker without paperwork? Unheard of. Also, you lack the distinctive worker gaze. Usually either a deadening behind the eyes, or in some rare cases, a wild-eyed frenzy, like a trapped animal.
Wow, this guy's like the first person I've talked to in this godforsaken pit who's made sense. If you're still wearing the cryo suit, when you talk to this guy, instead of that line about paperwork, he says, "Well, how can I say this without putting not to put too fine a point on it, but your clothing looks weird." Something along those lines. I might be paraphrasing a little bit, but you know. Okay. You seem quite dismissive of the common man for a spiritual leader.
Oh, nothing could be further from the truth. I'm simply bemoaning the level of spiritual awareness in this town.
Isn't it your job to raise that?
Yes, but there are few who hear me in this miserable place. I must double my efforts to elevate my flock. These are good, hard-working people here.
Hold on a minute. Did you just refer to this town as a miserable place? Have I found a kindred spirit?
Yes, and thank you for pointing it out. It is wrong of me to succumb to distress. This place could be so much more, and I will continue in my quest to make it so.
What sort of spiritual advice do you offer here, then?
They who are not satisfied with their work are satisfied with nothing. No? How about, work fortifies the spirit. True exhaustion awaits idle hands.
I was actually asking what your religion was all about.
The OSI teaches that the Grand Architect set a perfect system in motion at the beginning of time. Contentment is found by accepting one's role in that grand plan.
What does OSI stand for?
The Order of Scientific Inquiry, also known as scientism to the layperson.
OSI, scientism? That not very religious sounding. You sure you didn't just make all this up?
Mock me all you want. I know my beliefs to be true.
How do you talk to this Grand Architect? Prayer, meditation, or what?
You don't talk to the Grand Architect. Once the universe was set in motion, it stepped back. It has no concern for us.
It doesn't sound like a very motivational religious philosophy. What's there to aspire to?
We will eventually decode the plan and all its intricacies. Once we are able to deduce the properties of every particle in the universe and its trajectory, we will know everything. The future, the past, each person's place within the plan, all will be laid out before us, removing struggle and bringing peace. No one will ever need question their path again. Some even believe this ultimate knowledge will unlock mankind's true potential, and we will all become akin to grand architects ourselves, after a fashion.
Really? How does that work? Tell me more. I love math.
Well, first there's the matter of the secret blood rites and animal sacrifices. I'm kidding. Seriously, though, to truly understand the metaphysics involved takes years of study and contemplation.
I'm looking for a power regulator.
Mechanical tomfoolery is well out of my purview. I suggest you take such matters to Mr. Thompson in the cannery. Oh, and a word of warning. If you're considering wandering around outside the safety of the town, you'd best be cautious.
And why is that?
Marauders are about. Though if you are planning on venturing outside, I do have a proposition that may interest you. One of the reasons I transferred here was to fulfill my duty in hunting down banned heretical texts. I happen to know such a book is, as we speak, tainting a collector's library in Emerald Vale. However, the collector's residence lies outside the town's walls. My retrieval efforts have been thwarted by marauders who have overrun the property. Should you fare better than me, I'd pay a handsome sum for the book.
Why would a vicar be after a banned heretical book?
I just want to keep the writing out of layman's hands. It wouldn't do for such information to fall into public consumption.
I'll need to know a little bit more about this book before I agree to this.
It's a handwritten journal, a faded blue cover with the name M. Bakonu handwritten in the lower corner. I'll mark where I saw it on your map. Assuming you're serious? It is not only a beautiful relic of a bygone time, it's also the thoughts of an early thinker on the nature of man's place in the cosmos. Not many in this colony could understand its true value, should they ever read it.
I'll look for your book.
Thank you. If you retrieve it, you can always find me here.
Okay, and we have ourselves another side quest. Gray UTT, does he look like the Twilight Zone guy to anyone else? I don't even know who that is, but, you know, this whole situation has a weird Twilight Zone vibe to it when you think about it. Whew. Mushrooms. Glorious.
I'm sorry. I'll just be a minute.
You had a minute. Next one comes out of your pay.
Ease off the threats, friend. I'm going.
Boss's orders. We all got quotas to make.
Okay, then. This is a cheerful place. Anyway, I'm supposed to be looking for someone in the cannery. Wow, did I just step into Rapture? I think I just stepped into Rapture. I can use this terminal. Can anyone see me? No, it's just an elevator. Logs. Notice. Oh, hang on. Notice, the Edgewater Saltuna canning facility strictly adheres to Spacer's Choice standards of health and safety. Notice, schedule your sick leave with your Spacer's Choice foreman and/or supervisor. Be considerate toward other members of the Spacer's Choice family. Allow 2 to 4 weeks to process and approve your scheduled sick leave. 2 to 4 weeks to process and approve your scheduled sick leave. 2 to 4 weeks to process and approve your scheduled sick leave. Is there another bathroom I can crawl into a corner and curl up in? Lost hours must be compensated to the company. See Reed if you're having trouble paying for your sick leave. It gets better. See Reed if you're having trouble paying for your sick leave. We'll try to arrange wage deductions instead. Remember, work invigorates the spirit, sickness in the body reflects sickness in the mind, and sickness in the character. If you find yourself falling ill, it may be time to schedule a meeting with our local vicar. Oh. Okay, what's this? Oh, I imagine it's to call the elevator down, but as far as I know, you never have to worry about that. Oh, and you can just keep going up and down. That's funny.
Miss Holcomb, I need you to explain this with less of the grease monkey, Argo.
I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson, sir. You asked why it's taking so long to fix. The answer's technical.
Don't apologize. Just try using small words for me.
The cans bust open in the oven because she's set to cook saltuna, which isn't what we've got. Mr. Thompson, I think there's someone here to see you.
Focus, Miss Holcomb. You and I are still talking. Let's start over. Walk me through the process. Show me where it's going awry.
Well, sure. It's, mostly on account of what we're feeding into the mechanism.
It puts food in cans. We have food, we have cans. Why won't it work like we need?
She's expecting saltuna of a certain size. We're filling the cans with, well, not fish.
Seems we've got a guest. Really now, Parvati, I do wish you'd spoken up. I do apologize. I was given no forewarning of your arrival, or I might have welcomed you at the gates myself.
Are you Reed? I was told I should talk to you.
I'm Reed Thompson, Outpost Administrator. Seems I allowed my excitement to run away with my wits. Been a few seasons since we've had a visitor pass through.
My ship needs repairs. I'm looking for a power regulator.
Only regulator we got is hooked up to the town transformer. Mr. Thompson ain't liable to be keen on dismantling it.
I beg your pardon. I am most emphatically not keen on any such thing. I can't let you have our power regulator. But I happen to know of another one, and I happen to know exactly how you may retrieve it without frying yourself in the process.
Frying myself?
Oh, yes. Saw someone put his hands on a regulator while the power was running. His legs were still twitching when we buried him. There's a power regulator in the old Botanical lab. It's mostly abandoned, so all that power is being squandered. Go down to the geothermal plant. Reroute power from the Botanical district over to us. Once their power's shut down, you can have their regulator and be along on your way.
When you say mostly abandoned, what do you mean?
I was not entirely sure how to tell you this. The Botanical labs are not legally inhabited, but there are people who live there.
I don't think these people will take kindly to losing their power.
No, I do not imagine they will be pleased. But like a parent disciplining an unruly child, you will be doing them a kindness. The people living in the Botanical labs, they're deserters, former workers. I need them back at their posts. I need them to come home.
Why?
Edgewater is struggling. We haven't hit our production quota in years. If we don't meet our quotas this year, the company might shut us down for good. I need those workers back at their stations.
I've seen Edgewater. I don't blame those workers for walking out.
Neither do I. The fault was entirely mine. I pushed them too hard. My hope is that by cutting off their power, you will convince those deserters to come back to town. Before you go to the plant, I want you to stop by the Botanical lab. Speak to their leader, Adelaide. Tell her the power's about to go, and that it's time her band of deserters came back to town.
How will I recognize Adelaide?
Adelaide's older than the other deserters. She's dignified, kindly. From what I understand, her camp looks to her for leadership.
These workers must have left town for a reason.
That reason was me. I asked too much and pushed too hard. But I am ready to make amends if they are willing to return to the fold. We belong to one community, the Spacer's Choice family. If we dissolve into factions, then we will all perish separately. Adelaide will understand that.
I can't make any promises.
Of course, I understand completely. Here, let me give you the passcode to the geothermal plant. A sign of good faith, for so politely listening to me as I ramble on.
Are you setting off for the Vale? Because I know my way around. I mean, in case you want a guide. I mean, if that's all right with you, Mr. Thompson. Sir.
I hesitate to part ways with Miss Holcomb, but I cannot deny that she is talented, and may prove useful to you.
Sure, I could use the company.
Great! I got my wrenches and diagnosticators and hairpins and engine tape, so I'm all set.
Well, I am glad to hear that. Best of luck to you, and thank you again for your help. It is a lot to ask of a stranger, I know.
Let's get going. All right. And yeah, if you want to like not recruit any companions at all, you can totally not recruit any companions at all. But yeah, we have our first companion, Parvati. She's pretty sweet actually. And she has a good special attack, but I can't use that yet. So I'm gonna have to wait until I level up. Reed is LaCroix if LaCroix was even more of an idiot than he is. Yeah, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. Okay, so let's head downstairs, shall we? Sorry, Parvati. Reflex. Don't mind me when I do that, okay? Even if it's like shoving my gun like directly into your face.
We better clear out of Mr. Thompson's office before we talk.
Right, right.
Hey, ma'am, can we talk? Sorry.
Why
Can we talk?
Why couldn't we have done that in like the elevator when it was shut?
Sorry. You just want to get out of here. And you likely don't want to tag along like me. It's just, Mr. Thompson has his own view on matters, on account of it's his job and what all, but that's not the only side of the tale.
This about the deserters? So what's the other side of it?
To Mr. Thompson, a person's a gear. It does its job quiet-like. If it squeaks or stutters, it gets replaced. The deserters are decent folk. I knew some of them before they left.
How well did you know the deserters? You worked with them. You were friends or what?
I don't know anybody well. I mostly listened to them talk, kept my head down. There was a boy named Thomas who used to follow me around, asking questions about the stuff I fixed. He was real sweet to me. Not any sort of dissident.
Did you know this Adelaide Reed mentioned?
Miss McDevitt? Oh, gosh, no. She was a real important person. A flavorist. Made all the food taste decent. She used to work up in the big office with Mr. Thompson. Alls I know is she left after her son died. It was a real big to-do. I could hear them both yelling clear from my own place.
You can't leave it at that. Why were Reed and Adelaide arguing?
Can't say as I know. I wasn't there. The sound carried, but not the words. If Mr. Thompson ain't of a mind to tell you his own self, you'd best ask Miss McDevitt, if you can get out to her.
I can't blame anybody for wanting to leave. This town's got, how do I put this delicately, issues.
Life's hard here. Especially for them that don't fit in so well. We're one big Spacer's Choice family, but every family's got the one the rest whisper about. Mr. Thompson's aiming to take away their power. They'll have no lights to see, nor heat to cook. They'll be at the mercy of marauders, or worse. I think you should talk to the town's vicar about it. Max, his name is.
I've met the vicar. He asked me to find a book for him.
Books are for rich folk. I wonder what he wants with something like that.
What do we need to talk to the vicar about? Flipping a switch in your power mill?
About if what Mr. Thompson proposes to do is upright. leaving Miss McDevitt's folk to their fate. They're neighbors. Kin. And maybe he can think of something else to try. Something we ain't. He used to go walking outside town. Maybe he found something that'll help. It's just an idea. That's all.
I suppose it couldn't hurt. We'll stop by.
Thanks, ma'am. I just think when you gotta make a decision that'll hurt somebody, it's best to think on the right and wrong of it. That's what my dad used to say anyways.
Alright, well, let's actually go back up then and talk to Mr. Thompson. Hey, I'm back and I've already rediverted power. No, I'm kidding. I just went down and then realized I had a question for you.
My offer remains standing should you reconsider.
I wanted to talk to you about something.
Go ahead.
If you expect me to talk to this Adelaide person, I could use a little information.
Adelaide was our only flavor specialist. We are a saltuna canning institution. Saltuna without flavor is like a cysty pig without tumors, borderline inedible.
That sounds disgusting.
Begging your pardon, saltuna is a staple in the diet of any self-respecting spacer. Were it up to me, friend, I'd stack our larders with saltuna galore. No other brand of saltuna adds as much vim or vigor to the body's humors. But, and this is something we must keep between the two of us, saltuna is hard to come by, what with being a species indigenous to the seas of another world.
Hang on. What are you canning here exactly?
Oh, we've scavenged together some organic material from the surrounding environs. Mostly organic. Mostly local mushrooms, some of which possess a texture akin to a well-boiled slab of saltuna. The difference is all but impossible to detect to any but the prissiest of palate.
Mushroom tofu fish. Okay. Okay. Let me ask you something else.
Go ahead.
What makes you think I can convince those deserters to come back?
That you or not one of us may work to your advantage. Adelaide and her folk loathed the people of Edgewater, you see. I admit the fault was mine. I'm about as diplomatic as a bristling canid. I just hope Adelaide and her folk will see their way past my flaws and return to town.
Sometimes people move on. It's the way of things.
Scripture tells us we all have our purpose in the world. Our work shows us that purpose. We should not have to move on from it. Yes, we have lost good workers to desertion. We have lost even more to plague. But it is why we must square our shoulders and carry on.
Bold of you to assume that their purpose was with you. You and Adelaide have a personal history.
Losing Adelaide was the hardest. She was our only flavor specialist. When she walked away, I knew we were in trouble. Spacer's Choice Saltuna is renowned across the system for its quality flavors and additives. We used to sell citrus-flavored Saltuna in our heyday. Ever since Adelaide left, we have been reduced to selling unflavored and spearmint.
Excuse me, spearmint? Saltuna spearmint in a can. I should go. Reflex. Sorry, Parvati. Spearmint? Did he say spearmint? Ah! Okay. 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 So, like, hi. Cannery. Right. This is where the spearmint saltuna is canned.
You the new worker? Whatever. Make it quick, Tenderfoot. I'm busy.
I'm guessing you're the foreman?
Foreman Granger. Mind those words don't come out of your mouth unless preceded by yes or right away or thank you.
Gravesite fees. I'm here to collect.
Shit. Silas still on about that? Here, take the fees. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell Reed I was late on my payment.
These papers aren't signed in your name.
Because they're not my fees and not my gravesite. Guy I worked with shot himself. I paid the bill.
That's kind of you. I guess.
I could do without the sarcasm. Wasn't acting out of the goodness of my heart. Law requires delinquent gravesite fees to be paid by the deceased party's closest living relative, which meant me. Shame, though. Eugene was a good worker.
You said this guy shot himself.
Woke up one morning and put a round through his upper story. Can't imagine why. The kid was doing all right at his desk. We all thought he was an upstanding receptionist. Just between the two of us, I'm pretty shocked his weapon didn't misfire. Spacer's Choice handguns aren't the most reliable.
Must be tough losing family.
Eugene wasn't family.
I thought you said you were his closest living relative.
Yeah, I was the closest living person relative to his body at time of death. I'm the one who found him, you see, so I pay the fines. Suicide's a crime. The legal term is irreparable damage to company property. What Eugene did to himself was vandalism.
What are they gonna do? Arrest his corpse?
When one of your workers commits a crime, the entire town pays for it. In other words, Edgewater would have been penalized pretty hard. Whatever Eugene was worth as an asset, we would have had to pay out of pocket to Spacer's Choice.
Would have. You didn't?
Look around. Edgewater ain't exactly swimming in luxury. We can't afford to pay the body price of a suicide. All I know is Silas asked me for Eugene's gravesite fees, which means he was approved for burial, which means his papers went through, which means the town's in the clear. I'm just glad to put this whole ugly affair behind me. Eugene can rest his bones in peace, and the rest of us can get on with our own lives.
I'll let you get back to work. This town is fucked up. Okay. Well, can you not stand in the door? Kinda wanna close it. Don't mind me, Parvati. I'm just gonna check the computer here. Okay. Messages. Welcome Phyllis Granger from Art Hobson to P. Granger. Subject medical treatment. Phyllis, owing to your hard work and positive attitude, I have sanctioned your access to medical treatment in the event of contagion. As you know, the company has not provided us with enough medicine to treat every worker. I wish I could treat every member of the Spacer's Choice family who fell ill to this plague, but I cannot. Medical privileges are strictly merit-based. Please do not, under any circumstances, distribute your ration of medication to any other worker. We're all in this together. Personal files. Password required, huh? Password Tenderfoot. Password accepted. Welcome, P. Granger. Personal files last entry. Theodore buried last night. Reed asked me not to report his death in our quarterlies. Sounds fair to me. Was asked to prepare a statement or something for the other workers. Been thinking about it. Don't know what to tell them. Don't end up like Theodore. Do your work, show up, wear a smile, and you'll get your medical privileges. It's a start? Question mark? Phew. That's like one of those moments where, like, for a sparkling second, someone in this universe has a moment of lucidity where they realize that things are crazy, but then they just let it pass and go back to thinking like a crazy person. And this one's not marked steel, which is interesting. Pick up Guide to Mechanical Engineering Volume 2. And that is a quest item for later on. I wanted to get this while I was here. The Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering Volume 2. A dense primer on mechanical engineering published by Spacer's Choice. This volume describes the process of repairing and dismantling common models of automechanical workers. And if you thought reading ebooks on a tablet was cumbersome, this thing looks like it weighs a ton. It was pretty huge relative to the file cabinet, too. Oh, hey.
Wow.
You don't necessarily have to steal things to use your lock-picking skill and gain experience from it. So, someone's going to come in here and find their safe box unlocked, but everything's still in it. It's just like, oh, I forgot to lock my safe box, I guess. Alright. From the Office of Reed Thompson, Outpost Administrator, symptoms of infection have now reached a critical mass. I have instructed our staff to transform the old domicile into a sick house. Plague is a reality of life on the frontier, and as spacers, we are expected to face up to reality. And the reality is that we do not carry enough medicine to treat all of you. Medical treatment is a privilege, not a right. We must strive every day to demonstrate our worthiness of that privilege. If you find yourself suffering the symptoms of incipient plague, the best thing you can do for yourself and for your family is to don your jumpers and come to work. Work fortifies the spirit. Physical illness recapitulates spiritual weakness. That just sounds like it would make more people sick, my dude. If you're trying to conserve medical rations, that's not the way to do it. Oh, hey. Riot control armor. Taste the freedom with Spacer's Choice, now with added artificial ingredients at no extra cost. We made it cheaper, and we didn't raise the price. Spacer's Choice is a wholly owned subsidiary of Universal Defense Universal Defense Logistics? Makes saltuna cans? Okay. By the way, why is there riot control armor in this office? Is it a security office or what? Thankfully, this first-person game has a prompt for climbing ladders rather than just, you know, forcing you to rub your face up against it and pray, the way some first-person games do. And hey, vending machines. You want to, like, walk up close to every vending machine that you find because you do get XP for discovering them. Anyway, there are some locked items in the vending machines. Bypass shunts, mag picks, upgrades, other things. Once you've achieved a certain reputation with a faction, or once you have a certain level of hacking talent, either or, you can access those items. Wait, when did it say 4 to 5? When did it say work from 4 to 5? Oh, you know what? That might be the in-universe reason for why the characters in this universe don't appear to have an in-game, like, daily schedule that determines where they are at any given time of day, the way they would in, like, Elder Scrolls or something. I mean, the real answer is that they didn't have the budget to implement it, like a lot of other things that could have been implemented in this game. But I guess it makes sense if there's an answer. They probably hopped up on stims all the time, though, if they have to sleep for an hour a day. We have another terminal. Don't mind me. I'm just going to use this. Notifications. Lost and found. Logs. Found. 1 left hand. Severed at the wrist. Some bone damage. People, this is our second unscheduled amputation in as many months. Please exercise caution and safety around machinery. Maintenance fees will be deducted from your pay. Oh, the corpse on the Junior and Humor's computer. It The guy lost his hand and died, but nobody actually ever identified who the hand belonged to. That's how little care they put into these things. Okay, lockers with stolen stuff in it. A cannery worker, another vending machine. One thing that you can do once you have more money, by the way, is just buy up all the Adreno in every vending machine that you find, and you'll be overflowing with healing items in no time. Once you have a little bit more money, anyway. This door is barred. You have to get to the other side and raise the bar on the other side. You can get through. You can get into it through that door, which is locked, but you can pick the lock. And once you're in there, you basically have free reign on the containers that are in there. It's also a sneaky, sneaky way to get out of here quickly. If you happen to come down here, going after the power regulator, the power regulator for Edgewater Town is right over. Where is it? Ah, there we are. Apparently, there's a bunch of sprats, some vermin animals that wander down here and shock themselves to death on the power regulator. Now, you certainly can try to take the power regulator like this, but it will damage you, obviously. Query Geothermal Facility. The Emerald Vale region is powered by the Spacer's Choice Geothermal Facility. Spacer's Choice is proud to bring the colonists of Halcyon moderately innovative technology at a reasonable price. Spacer's Choice, the best you can afford. Disengage power regulator. Unable to comply. The power regulator unit may not be disengaged while the transformer is active. Query Transformer Shutdown. Failure. Transformer shutdown protocols non-operational. Query Shutdown Protocols. In compliance with Spacer's Choice engineering and development policies, shutdown protocols have been disabled on all transformers. This is to prevent illegal tampering, upgrading, or theft of proprietary technology. Warning, please avoid attempting to modify or tamper with Spacer's Choice electrical transformer while power is active. Doing so may lead to death, catastrophic injury, and irreparable damage to the transformer. I like how they list the irreparable damage to the transformer as if it's like equal to those, you know, things. But anyway, I just reloaded my save file to undo the damage. Nothing else down here worth thinking about, I don't think. But this is where you go if you decide to divert power to the Botanical Garden and take the power regulator from Edgewater. You know, the best you can afford is probably a truer evaluation of the economy than it might have otherwise been. Oh, there you are, Parvati. Hey. Okay.
Where are we headed?
Alright, she doesn't have anything else to say. Sometimes when you walk around with your companions, they'll say something about the environment, and occasionally, when they do that, you can talk to them and get more information about what they just said, and it's usually a pretty interesting conversation, actually. And this garage door here just leads into that big area with the console I've already read, so never mind it. Alright, well, let's continue searching around the town, because I haven't seen this side of it.
Hey, you hear about Wilson?
Heard Marauders got him.
Just between us, Wilson deserted. Lost his nerve. Ran off in the thick of night.
You kidding me? Damn. Always thought he was made of sterner stuff.
I think he was plagued. Guess he didn't want to die in the sick house.
Plagued? Ah, shit. I had some of his saltuna.
You moron.
Okay. I'll, Hey. So, like, who lives here?
My dad's... It's an office. Just my office.
Oh, okay.
Where are we headed?
I noticed you mention your dad a lot, but never your mother.
That's on account of how I never met her.
You mean she's dead?
I don't rightly know. She was in another division of the Spacer's Choice family. She worked in the Vale a few months, sorting the cannery computers. Her contract said any kids she had, expected or not, belonged to her office from the time of conception. So when I was born, I got sent here.
You got along well with your dad. You might not have with your mother.
Could be. Reckon I'll never know.
I kind of skipped over a dialogue option there by mistake. I didn't... Dialogue can be a bit tricky. Sometimes options that you don't think will end the conversation will close off.
If you're hungry, I could open up a can of something.
Oh. And since Parvati is on the team, you can actually just take the items from here. Hey.
Hey, that's... I mean, if you need it, okay.
Didn't you just offer me a can of something? I mean... Don't worry, I'm not going to raid your pantry. Although we probably should come back and do that before we leave the planet, don't you think? Oh, hey.
Easy.
Let's see. Armor parts, not bad. Ammo, bit cartridges, and Dervish Mist. Adrenaline booster. Speedy movement speed plus 20. Melee attack speed plus 20%. Lasts 15 seconds. Whirl till you hurl. Hey. Nice. I'll take this bypass shunt. A necklace to sell. You don't mind if I sell this necklace, do you, Parvati? Parvati? Oh, okay. I'm just going to check your computer while you're in the fridge. Edgewater, Saltuna Cannery, a Spacer's Choice property, Maintenance Division Personal Terminal. Welcome, Holcomb Robert. Enter keyword for record search or hold down Alt F7 enter to compose a new entry. Control Alt F7 enter. Control Alt F7 enter. Well, it's doable. Awkward though. Open last search. Last search in Dumati. Searching to records found. First entry. Indumati left Edgewater today. She's been registered to Terra 1. I kissed her goodbye at the platform and asked if I'd ever see her again. We both knew the answer was no. Look up and think of me, as I'll look up and think of you. Transcript note from Indumati. Robert, they wouldn't let me keep her, but I know you will raise her with love. Perhaps more than I would make time for. You are patient and present in a way that I am not. The company says she has no name until you give her one. Her name is Parvati. They tell me her birthday will be set on the date she's legally delivered to you. She was actually born on July 7th. Make her feel special when I can't. She liked it when I sang to her. It was the only time she stopped crying. Indumati. So apparently, Parvati's mother was under a special contract because of her specific job. And the contract stipulated things about her children. I have no idea why. Why would you do that? Oh, the answer is because these companies consider human resources in a very literal sense. I've always disliked the terminology human resources. Like, I get why companies use it, because they're allocating people to specific tasks, so they're allocating resources. But it's a really cold term. Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering. Searching, one record found. I sat up last night reading through the Young Spacer's Guide. Almost started reading it out loud, from habit. It's been 10 years, but I still have parts of it memorized. Reckon I'll take the next volume into work at the cannery. There's an unused office where I've been taking my lunches. May as well read the whole thing again. And that would be the volume that we already found. There are 3 of these, and they're quest items for a specific quest that we'll be getting a little bit later
you like
on.
flowers? I can't find many kinds around here. Where are we headed?
Oh, she doesn't have anything to say about flowers. Okay. So she likes flowers. Nice to know.
I don't like coming out here. People on the street stare.
Yeah.
Something you need?
Okay. I'll take some weapon parts. And what's over here? Ah, storage shed. What's in here? Okay. Oh, I need to pick that lock to get in. A toss ball blocker. Oh, reflex. Toss ball blocker is a weapon. That does a significant amount of damage, actually, but it's one-handed. Okay. That's actually quite a bit better than the one-handed weapon we have. But it's actually already damaged, too. Huh. While obviously useful for blocking, the toss ball blocker is also great for bronzing, cleaving, and occasional hacking. Only from Spacer's Choice. Great. Whew. Flashy. What type of damage does it inflict? Is it physical? I mean, that looks... it looks like it's got a singularity in there. It probably uses some sort of gravitational field in order to catch the ball or repel the ball or something or other.
This is where the magic happens. Well, science. But it still happens here. Something you need?
Ah, nothing. Okay. I pick up a bypass shunts. Ooh, hey, another terminal. Trouble ticket 65565. Trouble ticket 65565, filed by Thompson R. Summary: AG loader serial number 00237445, failure on startup. Status: open. Priority: medium. Steps to reproduce: 1. Turn on engine. 2. Try it again. 3. Try it again. 4. Kick the loader. 5. Curse injured toes. 6. I have to enter a minimum of 8 steps. 7. Try it again. 8. It makes a rattling noise. Maintenance notes. Dang it, Clancy. I just got you back on your feet 2 weeks ago. Not that you got feet, but you know what I mean. Sounds like his stator's off axis again. We'll clean out and resit. Clancy's guts got caught and all pulled out, likely on account of somebody trying to restart him over and again. Need to rewind all the coiling in number 4. K stator's working, but there's something else off. Have to wait until it's quiet and spin him up for a listen. Trouble ticket 65587-priority. Priority issue trouble ticket 65587, filed by Thompson R. Summary: failure of main cannery production line at heat processing. Status: open. Priority executive. Steps to reproduce: 1. Start up production line according to schedule S46701A. 2. Observe processing of cans. 3. Follow first batch to heat processing stage. 4. 1 or more loud popping noises. 5. Smoke, smell of burned saltuna. 6. Overheat klaxon on monitor 6. 7. Flames jet from exhaust ports. 8. Automatic shutdown. Maintenance notes: likely as not, Bess got indigestion from being made to eat something she ain't made to. Again. Heading over now. I guess these are Parvati's notes now that I'm thinking about it. Trouble ticket 65588. Wait, does she name the machines? That's adorable. She names the machines. Trouble ticket 65588, filed by Miller L. This issue has been open for 0 days. Summary, damned mechanicals. Status open, priority low. Priority automatically reset to low by executive level admin rule applied by Tobson R. Reason, trouble ticket filed by Miller L. Oh, he's that kind of neighbor. Steps to reproduce. 1. Look northwise. 2. I said look northwise, blasted useless translator. 3. Near scrap pile. 4. Could be northeast from town, I guess. 5. Observe mechanical. 6. Clanking about, all menacing like. 7. See it. 8. It's right there. Maintenance notes, no notes on this ticket yet. Okay. There is a way to customize the controls, and I'm not sure if like playing this with a keyboard would allow you to remap the draw and put away weapon button to something that isn't reload, but I'm playing this with an Xbox controller, and the only way to remap controls with an Xbox controller so far is with the button layout, which just lets you jump between presets, and all of them have reload, talk, and interact on the same button. So, yeah. Okay, let's use the workbench. I have a few weapons that I don't need anymore. Let's see. No reason to keep this around, is there? Yeah, let's break that down. Why am I on repair? Okay. Break down both of these. And I'll break down the light assault rifle too. Alright. Hey.
I've been feeling pretty low these days.
Nothing I can do about that.
Right, okay.
Yes, Mr. Thompson. I'm fine, Mr. Thompson. Never been healthier. Whoa, did Mr. Thompson send you? Well, you tell Mr. Thompson I'll be right at my post. Tomorrow. Bright and early tomorrow. Because I'm definitely not plagued. As spry as a spring chicken. That's old Abernathy.
You want to tell me what's got you so nervous?
You some sort of wandering alienist? Walking into a man's own domicile, pestering him about his mental state?
So you're Martin Abernathy?
What? No. I mean, I might be. That depends on who's asking.
I'm not looking for trouble. I'm just here to collect your gravesite fees.
Silas knows, doesn't he? That's why he sent you. That's why he wants me to pay up. He knows.
He told me everything. How long did you think you could keep a secret like that?
Sounds like he's already told you. You may as well hear it from me. I'm dying. I'm not long for this world. The date of my expiration is fast approaching. And soon I shall be ushered through the great cannery in the skies.
Don't say that, Mr. Abernathy. You still got a couple decades in you.
I'd steer clear, Ms. Holcomb. My affliction's bound to be contagious. It's plague. Has to be. Silas knows. He knows I got one foot in my grave, and now he wants to charge me for the other one.
I'm sorry to hear that.
You are? Oh, wow. First time anyone's ever told me that. I'll pay your fees. I don't want any trouble from Silas. But if you could see a way to freelancing for me, I could really use the help.
Why do you think I'm a freelancer?
Oh, hey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean nothing by it. Wasn't trying to insult you.
Why would I be insulted?
Was just you ain't one of us. A spacer, I mean. Stands to reason you got no company looking after you. Not your fault, though. Even freelancers gotta eat. And if that means they must scratch some bits out of odd jobs, who am I to judge them? At least you're not a deserter.
I guess that's fair.
So does that mean you're for hire? I could use the help if you could use the work.
Depends on what you need.
Couple hours out of your day and some light second-story work, that's all. There's a cache of anthracillin tucked away in the old community center. Powerful stuff. Stronger than what we got, anyway. I need you to break in, nab that medicine, and bring it back to me.
Not so fast. I've got some questions.
I'll do what I can.
Why can't you just buy some medicine yourself?
I tried medicating myself with adrenatime. Didn't do much for me, as far as I can tell. Anyway, I can't just buy medicine. Distribution of medicine is strictly prohibited to any workers beneath the acceptable margin of health. Company policy.
In other words, the company won't treat you because you're already sick.
More like the company won't treat me because I'm not healthy enough.
I assume there are guards?
You will not find any guards within sight of that old place. Marauders, on the other hand.
You never mentioned marauders.
It is a reality of life in the Vale. Grass is brown, sky is gray. Marauders are outside the walls.
I've heard enough.
So you'll do it then?
I'll do it.
You oblige me with your haste. I think I feel the plague spreading. Oh, law, it's in my spleen now. I can feel it.
Anything I should know about this community center?
Just keep your head down when you're in there. Marauders have taken over. Probably tracking mud all over the archives.
You're taking an awful risk trusting me, you know.
I know that, but I got nobody else to turn to. Reed would have wrote me up. Constable would have locked me up and wrote me up. Could have gone to see the good vicar, but I never did find my courage.
I'll leave you be. Plot twist. He just has the common cold. Okay, the, plague?
You're making a mistake working for Abernathy.
The plague that's spreading through the town? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to shut the door on you, Parvati. The plague that's spreading through the town is implied to just be the flu.
Excuse me. I'm Esther Blaine, Spacer's Choice Actuary. I overheard your talk with Abernathy. I hope you're not thinking about getting him that medicine. Abernathy is a well-known hypochondriac. Anthracillin is wasted on him. You're better off selling it to me instead.
He's got symptoms of something. You're saying it's psychosomatic?
All I'm saying is Abernathy's worked in this town longer than some of us been alive. How do I put this gently? He's got a lot of cobwebs up in his attic.
What do you need it for?
I probably shouldn't tell you. Don't want you implicated for what I'm trying to do.
Let me worry about that.
All right. Here's a summary. A lot of sick people in this town, and we don't have the medicine to treat them all. Can't reach out to corporate without crossing a river of red tape, so I'm reaching out to you.
I get it. You need someone to smuggle you medicine under the table.
Something like that. Look, I'm not in the habit of law-breaking, but sometimes you've got to do the wrong thing for the right reasons.
I'll think about it.
That's all I can ask of you.
Well then.
Friend of mine died a couple weeks back. Still ain't past it.
At least you got your health.
I've never actually been in here. Seemed scary from the outside. Where are we headed?
Nope. Hello.
Welcome to the Spacer's Choice Constabulary. We are Halcyon's leading brand in frontier justice. The office is writing up promotion. Purchase 3 criminal investigations and the 4th one's free.
I'm sorry, did you say purchase criminal investigations? I mean, what is this? Do you run one of those subscription boxes that delivers mysteries to your... Oh, you meant actual criminal investigations. Okay. I'm looking for work.
Know how to carry yourself in a fight? I've got bounties out for these 3 marauders. Cross them off and bring me their fingers. Just 1 per marauder, please. I'll dust off the old fingerprint roller.
That's a novel way to collect bounties. I've got some questions for you, if you don't mind.
As long as your questions fall within the acceptable margins of curiosity.
So who do you work for? Spacer's Choice or Edgewater?
If this is a setup to a joke, you should know I've never found anything amusing in my life. I don't serve Edgewater. Edgewater and the entire region of Emerald Vale serve Spacer's Choice.
Who does Spacer's Choice answer to?
Spacer's Choice is a wholly owned subsidiary of Universal Defense Logistics, which occupies a seat on the Halcyon Holdings Corporation, also known as the Board. I must admit it bothers me that you don't already know this.
So you're basically a bureaucrat.
Flattery won't get you anywhere with me. The bureaucracy is a noble profession, but not all of us are gifted enough to serve in it.
There was one other thing.
Something to report?
Oh, no. Never mind. Right. Wait, am I allowed to use this terminal? I'm not sure. Let's actually save before I try. Okay. Bounty records. All bounties posted in the Edgewater Constabulary had been authorized by Spacer's Choice. Few bounties. Oh, this is just about the bounties that I took on. Okay, query Guillaume Antrim. Wanted, Guillaume Gil Antrim. Background, former Spacer's Choice Associate Mechanic, terminated from his position. Constable's Memorandum. The Spacer's Choice Department of Retirement, Termination, and Restitution has filed a writ of execution for Guillaume Gil Antrim, effective immediately. Some of you may remember Gil Antrim from his days in the cannery. Please be advised that Spacer's Choice no longer recognizes Mr. Antrim as a member of its valued family. Spacer's Choice advises its workers in good standing to remain in good standing by disabusing themselves of any sympathy, allegiance, or memory toward Mr. Antrim. Generous bounty payment on delivery must be able to sign your own name. See Constable Reyes for details. Doc Maybell. Wanted, Doc Maybell Burgess. Background, former Spacer's Choice physician. Abandoned her duties and disappeared from Edgewater, at large and considered dangerous. Constable's Memorandum. The Spacer's Choice Department of Retirement, Termination, Restitution has filed a writ of execution for blah, 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 blah. Doc Maybell is wanted for 3 counts of larceny, 2 for each parcel of stolen adrenatime, and 1 for depriving the outpost of its official physician. So, she stole medicine and she also stole herself. Okay. Generous bounty. Payment on delivery. Must be able to sign your own name. Blah, blah, blah. Bertie Cotton. Former vicar acting on behalf of the Order of Scientific Inquiry stationed to the Edgewater Vicarage. Suffered psychological breakdown upon showing symptoms of plague. At large and dangerous. Oh, I get it. Because the religion, because the religion and the town's, corporate overlords insist that if you work hard, you won't come down with plague. She came down with plague, and it broke her mind because it didn't make sense. And I guess, yeah. Constable's Memorandum. Blah 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 blah. The Order of Scientific Inquiry has declined a response. Vicar Cotton's sermons are considered defunct and obsolete. Spacer's Choice advises purging them from your memory with the help of Zero G. Zero G Brew, an ale that's good for what ails you. Wow. Generous bounty, payment on delivery, blah, 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 blah. Okay.
Sometimes I wonder what I'm doing with myself.
Just the way it goes, I suppose.
All right. Well, I think the only remaining person I need to talk to about,
Heard something outside the walls today.
Nothing for us outside those walls. You ought to know that.
The only person I need to talk to about gravesite fees is the guy at the landing pad.
Wonder if the plague's ever gonna pass.
Just keep working. Work fortifies the spirit.
Whew. Yes, the writing is really, really good. At first, I thought it was, like, really, really funny. Like, I was getting some serious Ratchet and Clank vibes from it. But, as you, like, continue to be exposed to the writing, it becomes, like, more serious and alien in a weird way. Oh, right. Before I go doing anything else, I should go into my inventory. Alright, the companion ledger. So you can, you know, re-equip your companions. And there's also perks, but I don't have any perk points. That's unfortunate. She could give me like a 10-point bonus to engineering with this one. In fact, this entire line of perks is on all the companions. There's a set of perks that increase abilities that you, the protagonist, have while they're in your party. So with this perk, when Parvati is in your party, you get a +10 bonus to your engineering skill, which allows you to do things with the engineering skill you might not necessarily have the skills to do with on your own. Hey.
When I was little, we'd get freighters in every Sunday noon. Now they only come but once a month. Yeah, huh?
Nothing to say about that, huh? Anyway, hey.
Thank the law. I've been requisitioning backup for months. Guess the boss finally came to his senses. You ever swung a truncheon? Let me see your rifling stance. I want to make sure you're up to snuff.
Are you okay? You seem confused.
I'm talking about mechanical, soldier. Cold, heartless automatons made of iron and lies.
Yeah. Gotta watch out for those mechanicals.
That's right. That's what I've been saying. We gotta square our shoulders and stand ever vigilant. Auto-mechanicals. Creatures forged in the fires of malevolence. I seen them over by the old power plant. Clattering about, firing at the birds, orchestrating their uprising. When the swarms of mechanicals come clanging on over that hill, where will you be? Cowering beneath your cot? Or standing, shoulder to shoulder with the resistance?
I found this bundle in the Cantina's lavatory. I think it's yours.
It is indeed, and I will thank you to hand it here. You got some quick eyes, what with detecting my carefully hidden cache. Resistance could use your talents.
Not this automechanical uprising nonsense again.
An army of automechanicals planning the total destruction of the human race is the very opposite of nonsense. It's, non-nonsense.
I'm impressed that they recorded all that dialogue just for the occasion where you found his package in the lavatory before actually being sent to find it. Because that is a step in the side quest that you can take from this guy. But there's nothing stopping you from going around the Emerald Vale map and collecting items before you take on their requisite side quests. So you can actually find the book that the Vicar wants before you talk to him and just hand it over. But in that case, there isn't really any extra dialogue. You just hand him the book and he jumps ahead to the stuff he says when you give him the book after the quest. Silas sent me. You owe him your gravesite fees.
I told Silas I'd pay my dues if he agreed to join the resistance. Guess this means he's finally heard the calling.
You can try and get some extra money from him. I'm not going to do that. If your resistance needs another gun, I am for hire.
I've been gathering up a war chest over the years. Saltuna cans, mostly. Some Spacer's chaw. Few bit cards. I'll reward you for your aid.
Proper armies pay enlistment fees.
Enlistment fees? Yeah, I suppose. Wouldn't want to give the resistance a bad name.
What do you need done?
They have sent a scout, prowling around the junkyard just behind our beloved town. This scout must not be permitted to return to its base of operations. Cross it off, then report back.
If I'm going after this mechanical scout, I could use a couple pointers.
Mechanical's got a weak spot in their midsections. I think the technical term is, the blue glowy square thing.
Got a question.
Go on.
What exactly do you do here?
I'm Ludwig Miller, Associate Security Officer for Transportation. Officially? Unofficially? Strictly between you and me. I am the only thing standing between Edgewater and total annihilation.
Okay, then. Have a good one, as you were, Ludwig.
Yeah, huh?
You're just gonna stand there all straight-faced while I put up with this nonsense? Okay. Sure. Some vending machine discovered. Good, good, good. Now let's go deal with that mechanical. Actually, wait, what? Character, skills. My engineering is currently at 42. Wow. Parvati actually boosts it by being in the party even without the perk. Nice. I have enough. Oh, wait, I should go this way, right? Hey, did you see that part where I almost ran past the road, Parvati? That was wild. If this Uprising he's talking about isn't in an expansion pack, I'll be sorely disappointed. The Uprising is something that doesn't need an expansion pack, because there is actually a bunch of rogue mechanicals over at the geothermal plant that we're going to have to deal with in the course of fighting the main, fighting through the main plot.
Inside voices. Incoming!
Oh, yeah, and you can...
Make up! Ah! My legs!
Wait, what? Oh.
Ah!
I let her do that for the experience boost from that perk. And hey, we leveled up. I knew that was worth it. Good job, Parvati. Oh, not what I meant to do. I was actually just trying to put my weapon away. Oops. Alright, let's gather up some wings. Tarmac and cheese, tartar sauce, Spacer's chaw, a whisper quiet muzzler. I don't really think that's going to be all too useful because stealth doesn't really seem to be all that well developed in this game, so making your gun quieter, I don't know. Maybe it's more useful than I'm giving it credit for. Ethology log, Tearaway mating habits. Kane Van Acker, Spacer's Choice ethologist assigned to Terra 2. This week, I've decided to study tearaway mating habits. The female tearaways leave their nesting area in the morning and return in the afternoon with random objects, typically something shiny or bright. Then they build displays with these objects and perform what I can only describe as a dance for an audience of males. If a male likes what he sees, the two go off and nest together in one of the nearby trees. Gerald, if you're reading this, I'm done waiting for you. Collect my things and meet me at the next site. And don't be late. I expect punctuality from my assistants. You know, that might sound odd, but knowing what I know of birds, that's actually not too out there. You know, the reason birds are so colorful is largely for mating displays. Oh yeah, I should level up. Okay, I've got 10 points to spend. Unlike when you're creating your characters, these go one at a time. So let's see. I don't need any more dialogue options just yet. Yeah, I'll put 8 in here. I want to get to level 20 in the inspiration specifically so that I could start ordering my companions to use their special attacks, because those are going to allow you to rack up companion kills really fast. And Parvati's special attack is actually really useful because it stuns enemies. She does this massive swing with her electric hammer and stuns the enemy, leaving it prone for a little while. And that can be used to take a large beefy enemy out of the fight while you focus on the small fry. And I've got 2 other points. Let's put them on... Yeah, I'll put them on guns. Now I can use the companion ability. Yes, indeed. What level do I need to be before I start getting perk points for Parvati? I recruited Parvati way later into these quest lines because I went around doing side quests the first time I played this area before going to the cannery. I kind of regret doing that because in this game, the companions have a lot of interjections and random conversations. So having the companions with you, as you saw in one of the other conversations earlier.
No threat. Bet I could fix him up smart.
Oh.
Where are we headed?
I also didn't have her when I came here, so I didn't know she would comment on this.
Searching for repair bay. Error. Navigation systems failed. Unable to comply.
I could probably fix that. I mean, if you wanted me to.
Oh, if you have high enough engineering, you can do it yourself. Okay. Oh, so if you have Parvati with you, you can just do this without needing the engineering skill yourself. Hey, how about that? Go ahead.
Yep, I see the problem. His nav mod got dislodged. Must have taken a tumble. Just gotta give it a good push and wait for the click. There we go. Jeremy's good as new. Well, new by Spacer's Choice standards anyhow. His name's Jeremy, by the by.
Navigation systems operational. Optimal path toward repair bay detected. Initiating self-diagnostics.
You can comment on it. Parvati, why did you name the mechanical?
On account of I fixed him. And he's Jeremy on account of his helmet. It's like Jeremy, the officer in True Romantic Tales of the Space Guard.
Is that an Etherwave serial or something?
Hebs to Shirley. I make a point to watch every Tuesday night. Be more careful out there, Jeremy.
See, I didn't have Parvati with me when I did this originally. That was great. Oh, that is good. That is good. Light ammo. Oh, finally got some heavy ammo. Good. I don't think ammo has weight, thankfully. I should double check that, shouldn't I? Yeah, no weight for ammo. Don't gotta worry about it. Now, what's over here? Light pistol. A Nico pad. It's got nobody's name on it, so it doesn't come up as steel. A frozen dinner. Some tartarus sauce. Oh. Got some saltuna fillets, some tarmac and cheese. I'm sure nobody will miss any of this crap. Now, if I remember correctly, yes, there's a container this way. Mag pick, some armor parts, some bits, and a sawed-off shotgun. Which is in far better condition than the sawed-off shotgun that I got inside the ship, so I do not regret breaking that down for the single weapon part it provided. Let's see. Some bits, some Adreno. Lots of junk to just pick up in the scrapyard in there. Mag pick. Fast ration pill. Alright. We're good. Let's head on back to Mr. Miller. His name.
Self-diagnostics initiated. Please do not disturb.
The game changes his name from repaired mechanical scout to Jeremy if you have Parvati fix him. Oh, this game. Oh, that is good. Okay. Ah, that is good. This is the kind of shit that made me want to stream this game so bad that I just up and did it today. It's 4:30. Got a good long time before I have to stop. I'll stop around 7:30, I suppose. Hey, Miller.
Bring us honor, soldier.
You won't have to worry about that scout anymore.
You beat that scout to scrap with its own legs? Pulled its optic cables out its head case? Actually, don't tell me. Rather use my imagination. In fact, I think the time's coming to unwrap that package you delivered me, which, unbeknownst to you, housed a mighty weapon. Feast your eyes, soldier. This here's a genuine Spacer's Choice injury customizing unit, designed to deliver a lethal blast of electrical discharge. I call it the Hand of the Law. You ever want to see a mechanical flailing around like a grounded fish? You stick a couple thousand volts in its guts. With compliments from old Ludwig.
That's actually a weapon upgrade you can attach to pretty much any weapon to change its damage type to electrical, which, you know, is useful in the geothermal plant with all the robots wandering around there. How do I use this injury customizing unit exactly?
There's a workbench right through this door. Attach that unit to your favorite weapon and go forth into glorious battle. Time's come for you to journey down into the black heart of the enemy's camp. I'm talking about the old geothermal plant. Unfortunately, the old plant lies outside my board-given jurisdiction. You'll need to get a passcode from the boss, Reed Thompson.
Don't worry about that. I've already got a passcode from Reed.
I've been after a passcode for years. Boss said no on account of my gross incompetence with all matters related to security. I need you to get us the brain of a mechanical. Well, not exactly a brain. Anatomically speaking, what we're looking for is a logic module.
How am I supposed to get one of these logic modules?
There's the rub. If a mechanical breaks down, the logic module fries, so you can't rip one out of its corpse. You're going to have to find an intact model somehow.
Parvati, is a logic module something you could help with?
I don't reckon so. I work with gears and pistons and such. Stuff you can put hands to. Computers and mechanical brains are outside my ken.
You know, she names the mechanicals she fixes. Calls them Bess and Clancy and so on. You keep a careful eye on her. Could be a sympathizer.
What are you planning?
Don't tell anyone, all right? I've got a contact. A real expert in the inner workings of the automaton. We are going to rip those mechanical secrets right out of their circuits.
Edgewater is in the middle of nowhere. You don't have a contact.
Well, excuse me. What I meant was I'm going to get a contact. I didn't know I had to be all prissy about my grammar around you.
Seems simple enough.
If you die horribly, I will pour out a can of 0G to your memory.
Thanks. Let's go in here. Discover the workbench for, you know, the XPs. I'm just gonna really very quickly pick the lock for the XP. Not the items inside, just the XP. Let's see. Okay. So, all right, I'm gonna go back into town real quick to hit the general store, and then I'll start heading out to go do side quests. I think I've... Oh. I love the posters. I really do. Some of them are for movies, some of them are for products, some of them are actually news articles about stuff you do. Like, you know, there's no, like, Pip-Boy with a radio to extol your effect on the world, so sometimes news will just pop up in a newspaper in the loading screens.
I'm not allowed in here. Not since the vending machine incident.
Holcomb, got my eye on you, girl.
Something you need? You mean why I'm not allowed in the store anymore?
There seems to be a story there.
There was a kind of a thing with a vending machine when I was 12.
You were a kid. That must have been forever ago.
Sure, but folks got long memories around here. I've always been good with my hands, right? So I saw a lock on the machine and thought, oh, this must be how they refill it. But I had to know. So I did my thing, and next thing I know, there's a couple hundred bottles of 0G rolling out the front door and into the road. It's not funny. Right about then, a bunch of loaders came rolling in the gate, fresh off the Saltuna ships. And Mr. Thompson was up on the porch making a speech about how everyone would have to volunteer a third shift to get it all canned. Anyhow, you ever seen an auto loader run over a bottle of 0G?
And it exploded all over. No. Go on.
Exploded all over Mr. Thompson. One bottle after another as the loaders went by. I was just shy of working age, so Dad had to pay all the damages. Moreau's still angry at me. I can laugh about it now, but I just about puked up my guts in terror in the moment. That's the one time I ever made Mr. Thompson look a fool.
Well, you know, it's not hard to make Mr. Thompson look like a fool. All you have to do is make him look in a mirror. Anyway, let's get back to it.
Miss Holcomb ain't allowed in this establishment. Not since that little incident.
The vending machine thing? That was ages ago.
I realize that. Company still has not sent us the necessary parts to conduct repairs. And so, no thanks to Miss Holcomb, yonder vending machine remains inoperable.
I won't touch anything while we're in here, Mr. Moreau. I promise.
Okay.
Music to my ears.
Well, all right. Let's sell all the junk I've got. Wait, what's my carrying capacity like right now? Oh God, they don't show it on the shop screen, do they? Son of a bitch. Okay, I'm 20 out of 70. That's not bad. I'm good. I don't need to go running around selling stuff. Oh, I forgot to talk to Vicar Max.
I've always felt weird in here. It's too clean. Where are we headed?
You mentioned something earlier that I wanted to ask you about.
You mean about the mission being too clean?
Isn't it supposed to be clean? It's a church.
I know, but Vicar says the universe is a machine, that it runs by law. Real machines have gunked up oil, scratches, and worn bits. You can tell they've seen handling, been used by folk. The machine Vicar sees is one ain't never been run. It's not for people to live in. It's something on a museum shelf, under glass.
Never been much for religion myself.
I think there's something higher and greater than us. But I don't feel it when I'm in the mission.
Alright, well.
Any progress on that matter we discussed? Ah, Miss Holcomb. How rare to see you out. And with a complete stranger. Curious.
This here's Vicar DeSoto. He's always offering spiritual counsel to those that need it.
Thank you for the kind assessment, Miss Holcomb. I admit, I've been quite interested to make our outsider's acquaintance.
I haven't found your book yet.
Please get it.
You seem pretty concerned about that book. Care to tell me why?
A religious text deemed heretical by the OSI is an unsafe object at large, though I understand why a collector would desire to possess such a rare book. Because I'm also a collector of books. Rare things in this colony. Appreciation of the written word outside monthly periodicals is virtually unknown here.
Parvati wanted to talk to you about what Reed asked us to do.
What? I thought you would talk to him.
You wanted to speak to me, Ms. Holcomb? Every time I've tried to engage you in conversation, you look at the floor, answer in single words, and slink away. I can't imagine what would be so grave as to drive her to my mission. What has Mr. Thompson asked you to do?
Cut off the power to Adelaide's deserters.
Depriving them of safety from the marauders and wildlife. I can see why that troubles you. Miss Holcomb has a soft heart. Always has, if you believe the talk.
What do you think of Adelaide's group, Vicar?
They rejected the order of society and live beyond the walls so thoughtfully provided by our Spacer's Choice patrons. Does that strike you as a responsible life choice?
Depends on how well the leader can provide beyond your walls. Now, I was actually able to pick this dialogue option last time because my intelligence stat wasn't quite high enough. Like, I think I was just one notch below. I think this might be a very high intelligence option.
Astute. But I am here, not in the deserter camp. So that's not a variable I can account for.
So what do you advise?
Assuming your goal is to save as many as possible, then you should bring everyone together. Send the power to Edgewater and convince the deserters to return to the fold.
Is that even possible?
Not if things are left to stand as they are.
Something you need?
Nope. Okay. So. The Vicar does raise a good point, though. Because you need your you need the power regulator. That's something that you can't not do. I mean, you could not do it, but you'd be stranded on this planet forever, and you'd very, very, very quickly run out of gameplay. So you need to find, well, assuming you care enough about these people to do so, some way to go about getting the power regulator while helping as many people as possible, or helping the philosophy that you most ascribe to as closely as possible, I suppose. The problem is that we're not talking about a good faction and a bad faction here. We're talking about a good faction and a bunch of good people working for a bad faction. I guess she got the third one. Yeah, and you see, I've already got, like, way more ammo than I need right now. Now, obviously, your light ammo will start to drop a hell of a lot faster if you're using, like, a submachine gun or something. Oh, one more thing. When you've got your weapon drawn, you sprint like this. Put it away, and you sprint a little bit faster. So that's worth keeping in mind, I suppose. There is a perk to make you sprint even faster than that, though. So if you really want to save time, I suppose you could pick that up. Personally, I don't think sprinting is worth a whole perk point. But, you know, to each their own. Right, I should actually check my quest log and set an actual destination for myself. Let's start out with the bounties, because they're all over the place. So there, and over there. Then if we head over here and go back to the Long Tomorrow, we find that the goal for that one is like straight in the middle there. So yeah, let's go for that. I would feel bad about going after the Marauders, but they're kind of like cannibals. They're cannibal bandits now. Like, however, whatever you feel about how they got there, they're not good people anymore. They're dangerous people, and they're a danger to everyone. Oh, watch out while you're rushing around, because there are mines. They're very visible mines. There's no like skill check or anything to see if you can tell where they are. But they have a pretty big radius, and if you get hit by one, the result is a concussion that lowers your skills. Oh, damn. Alright, I'm gonna wait for that other guy to walk back to this exploding barrel so that I can catch two of them in one go. Turn around, bastard. Is he just gonna stand there forever? Wait, this guy's gonna walk back this way. Yes!
Let's go!
Oh, he was too close.
Got them all.
Okay. Alright, that went pretty well. Don't underestimate the Marauders. They can be pretty tough in numbers. Oh, that's another exploding container. I guess the color to look for is yellow. Oh, but if I remember something correctly... Like, okay, the community center is over here. And there are Marauders patrolling around this... Ooh, ooh, ooh. He can see me from there. That's not right. Let's keep some more distance. There we go. Anyway, what I had in mind involves something that I think I can find around back. Let's just pop over the hill here. And sneak around the back. I'm still going to kill all of them. This is not a game that encourages non-violent solutions. I mean, I suppose you could go after them because no matter what you do, the biggest XP gains are always going to be from the quests. But it's not like there's a way... It's not like there's a particularly intriguing way to get around combat. Now, if I remember correctly, Yes. There are mines scattered around the back of the community center. As you do. Hey.
Here we go! Heading out! Gotcha!
Over here, buddies. Oh, I got too close. I was hoping to lure them around the mines. I probably should have shot that one first, though. It's a little hard to judge the mines when I've got my volume this low, though. Oh well. Now that I know where everything is, I can just set off the plan as intended. Just remember to shoot that mine so that I can get around the back easier. Now, you, Parvati,
Moving.
wait there.
Okay, here we go!
No, you're not coming this way? Ah. Lame.
Here goes nothing! Nothing personal, I swear.
Ah, I couldn't lure them back to the mines. Oh well. I guess I'll just shoot them all then. There's no way to actually disarm the mines except for shooting them as far as I know. So, you know. Necklace, bits. Ooh, an impact hammer. Now we're cooking. It's 47, 58. Hey, I've got a hammer now too, Parvati. We're hammer sisters. So which one of us is Amy Rose? And which one of us is her cooler fanfiction sister? What do you think, Parvati? No?
Where are we headed?
Riveting conversation. Well, damn it. Damn it. First try. Oh, and you can sneak into the back, I suppose. That's an option. Nothing in there. Okay. Okay, well, before we go into the actual, community center, I'm going to look around in these other buildings because there are generally quite a lot of things to find in the abandoned buildings. It's a bit like a Fallout town on the on the post-apocalyptic frontier.
Here they come!
Oh, I didn't know you guys were there. I'm sorry. Oh, hey, are you a sniper?
Here I go!
Boom!
Woo! We made it!
Good going, Parvati. Good going. She kicks some serious ass with that hammer. The vending machine story was great, yeah. The companions in this game are written really, really goddamn well. I haven't met all of them yet, but on average, so far, the ones I have encountered seem generally actually a little bit better than your standard BioWare companions. And BioWare is really good at companions. It's one of their strengths. The party members in BioWare games are usually pretty interesting. Considering this is Oblivion, I don't actually expect there to be any like romance waifu selection simulator stuff. BioWare likes to do that, but as I understand it, the writers at Obsidian don't like that sort of thing very much. Which, you know, I can't blame them for, because there is a certain shallowness to it. Ah, finally some decent armor. And let's see. 13 armor and a +7 to the dodge skill. Nice. Haha, that actually looks quite badass, and it's compatible with gadgets, skill kit, and utility upgrades. Although it already has an upgrade of a sort that comes pre-built in. Some pieces of equipment do that, like the sniper rifle will have the 2x scope built in, and I think you can replace it with a better scope if you find one, if there even is one in the game, I suppose. But it's already like in the weapon. Spacer's Corona. What the hell is Spacer's Corona? Food. Trip teas. Assorted flavored teas brewed from tripkale leaves. That gives you +1 to your mind attributes for 30 seconds. Spacer's Corona, Spacer's Choice. Oh yeah, a thing about boosting your attributes is that, like, I mentioned that I was, like, in my previous playthrough, I was 1 notch too low in intelligence to get a dialogue option. I think you can, like, eat an intelligence boosting piece of food and then immediately initiate a conversation, and the bonus will affect what conversations you have, what conversation options you have, as long as you start the conversation in those 30 seconds. Pack of Corona cigarettes. Nicotine, high. Ranged weapon spread, -50%. Ranged weapon sway, -50%. Oh, you could smoke to make your weapon more accurate. We're getting Metal Gear Solid up in here. Nicotine low. Ranged weapon spread, +15%. Ranged weapon spread, +15%. Oh, okay. So there's like a bonus followed by a debuff, is what you're saying. Makes sense. Dehydrated water and some alcohol. Energy cells. Oh, energy cells. Good. I'm starting to get energy ammo too. Hopefully by the time I get an energy weapon, I'll have the ammo I need to make use of it. I have just enough mag picks for that. Glorious. Do I have any equipment that... No, I don't have any equipment. You can just, like, keep equipment on your in your inventory that improves your lockpicking skill, and only equip it, like, right before you need to lockpick something if you want. Higher lockpicking skill means less
Wish
time,
I could do that.
lower requirements for doing it. Thinking caplet. What? Mushroom, which increases intelligence for a short time. Insight, tactical time dilation recharge rate increased by 50% for 15 seconds. Oh, not bad. Ah, and we got some Adrena time. This is something that you can stick in slot 2 of your medicinal inhaler if you want. Liquid caffeine with boosters. Adrena time high, movement speed plus 20%. Melee weapon attack speed plus 20%. Adrena time crash, all attributes -1. Walk speed minus 10%. Adrena time crash stacks up to 3 times. Lasts 15 seconds. So it's yet another buff that is followed by a crash. I got a trip blade, 3 mag picks. Oh, I almost made back all the mag picks I spent getting in here. If I had a higher skill, I probably would have actually made more mag picks than I used to get in there. Oh, wait. I'm dumb. Always check the cashier. 6 bits. 30 bits. Whoo. I actually picked up an independent item on top of the cashier that was 6 bits, and then I got 30 bits from inside. I had 20 bits, 22 energy cells, Adreno, necklace, retrofitted heavy power armor. I'm not going to use that. The dodge mechanic is you jump and then tap and then double jump in whatever direction that you want to dodge to. You can go backward or side to side. Once you hit dodge skill 20, a natural dodge skill 20, I should stress, it doesn't work with equipment boosts and whatnot. Once you hit a natural dodge skill 20, you can also do a dodge forward. It's not like you need a dodge forward to close distance though if you sprint and then and close distance that way, but you know, options, I suppose. Faux windows. I told you. Fake windows. Another reason you might want to sneak into the back is that it's really hard to sneak past anyone in the front. But, you know, I have no intention of sneaking.
Down they go! I see a nail!
Boom! I see a nail. So do I. Damn it, Parvati. Oh, hi.
We did it!
Okay. I tried to be a little fancy there, then realized that I don't actually know if I have a jumping attack of any kind. Right. There's more enemies wandering around in here. We got plenty of bullets and plenty of time. Is Parvati related to Vol from Gears of War? Because she really gets into fighting. I don't think so, but I've never played Gears of War. I could if I wanted to, because it's available on the same Game Pass that I got this on. But I'm more interested in trying Sunset Overdrive, to be honest. Nice, some ammo, Spacer's Choice logo. Pick up some light ammo. Why is there Spacer's Chaw up here? Were they doing a presentation on Spacer's Chaw? Some bits. Small metal device used to store a small metal device used to store rotational energy. Fun science fact: if you have ever wondered why it is hard to push over a functioning automechanical, but it is easy to tip over a non-functioning one, this little device is the reason. The thing about this versus Fallout is that Fallout is like the post-apocalypse that follows a satirical dystopian future. So you get whiffs of the satire every so often whenever you get like hints of what the past was like. But Outer Worlds is the dystopian future. It's like if there was an RPG that took place in that world before it went to shit, it would be something like this.
Another one!
Boom. Oh, are you still alive? He's still alive. I just let Parvati handle that because, you know, experience boost. Clearly, that was the right decision. You are encumbered from carrying too many items. Okay. You cannot sprint or fast travel while encumbered. Sell, drop, or break down items in your inventory to reduce your carry weight. Your carry weight is displayed in the top left of the ledger. Spacer's Choice commends you for putting company profits ahead of your spinal health. That hits home. Another Sentry Saber. Well, this is a good time to get my next perk, which is going to be the ability to fast travel when encumbered. Alright, let's see. As for skills... I do want to increase my hacking and lockpicking skills, so... At this point, I'm going to put all of them into stealth. There we go. Alright. And I can't sprint when I'm encumbered, but I can still move around at regular speed, so I should be fine. Just might let Parvati do some of the fighting for me for a while. Well, I was already letting her do most of the fighting for the XP bonus, wasn't I? Okay, I thought there was going to be, like, another enemy in this room. Some light ammo, some bread noodles. Bread noodles? The fuck? Bread noodles, a staple in the diet of every spacer. Huh. What the hell is bread with an E and no A, anyway? Triptease, mock apple cider, a frozen dinner. Weapon parts. What? What's that doing in the kitchen? And some saltuna. Good. Oh, this is the back door. Okay. That's fine. Plain and pure water. Finally, something normal. Some Adreno. A vending machine. Oh, hey. How far over my carrying limit am I? Oh, just 5 pounds, huh? Some Adreno. At least being encumbered isn't as bad in this game as it is in some other games. Like, I'm just moving around at normal speed right now. I can do this. If fast traveling were disabled, it would be annoying, but there's a perk to correct that if you want to correct that. Let's open that. I need a first aid room key to get in there without wasting mag. Oh, and that's barred. Okay. And if I remember correctly, that right there is the medicine that I need for the side quest. So let's go find that first aid room key, shall we? Let's grab a bypass shunt, a few bits. Huh. Saltuna, Salmonidae salinus. Ugh, I can't Latin. If the ocean and rivers are the heart and veins of Emerald Vale, then Saltuna is our highly profitable blood. These meaty fish live in the ocean and migrate upstream during mating season. Saltuna are similparous, which means they perish after a single reproductive episode. That's when our trusty Spacer's Choice harvesters scoop up their corpses to be cleaned, processed, canned, and delivered straight to your dinner table. Huh. I mean, I suppose it makes sense. If they die naturally, that's a surprisingly humane way to get food stuff from animals and stuff. Huh. That would be nice if I didn't already know that Saltuna live on another planet entirely, and this exhibit is a fucking lie. Okay. Primals. This display, fashioned to resemble a pair of mighty primals, required extensive field research. Let us have a moment of silence for the researchers who gave their lives in the pursuit of authenticity. Primals are an actual, like, enemy type that you can encounter out in the wilderness of Emerald Vale. And here we have canids and pterosaurs, which we've already fought. Canid, Beta lupus familiaris. Canids can be found all over Emerald Vale in two distinct varieties, domesticated and feral. Feral canids hunt in packs. While domesticated canids can be loyal companions, it is important to remember that the canid is still a wild animal and should be treated with caution. I like how they just have this side quest in a community center, and there's basically a local bestiary here. In the form of a museum exhibit. That's way more effective than just having a codex entry, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I've had some bad experiences with being over-encumbered in Skyrim, too. Yeah, your speed is actually just your normal walking speed, in fact. It's not like the slow crawl that you have to deal with in some other games. One of the things about this game that I quite like is that it doesn't, like, overcomplicate its role-playing systems in gameplay. It actually does keep things simple where it makes sense to keep them simple. It's not trying to be too mechanically in-depth. And yet it achieves much better roleplay than many other more complicated games simply by virtue of its writing. So, you know. I mean, you could say the same of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines now that I think about it, because the systems in that game are pretty simple. Because the systems of the pen and paper game it's based on were simple. Coming soon, Mantiqueen. Varanus Toxidiridae. Coming soon. Feast your eyes on the great frilled mantiqueen, sovereign of her nest, imported from the wilds of Terra 1 to thrill and excite your imagination. Oh, I see. These are actually, like, taxidermy stuffed animals. Right. No? Okay. A single bit, some bullets. Oh, a bit and some bullets. A few bullets. I don't know what bullets we're doing in the lavatory, but whatever. Ah, the Silver Tongue Kit. That's a useful armor upgrade, and I intend to stick it on my armor basically just as soon as I can. That upgrade increases your leadership skills by 10, which is a significant buff to your companions, and it also gives you +5 to all your dialogue skills. some 0G. A free lockpick.
That was quick.
Oh, and here's our first aid room key. You have to lockpick a container to get the key to the other door that has a harder lockpicking check. Okay, I'll take it. Ah, the light machine gun. That's what I was looking for. Ollie Ollie toxic free. Hey, another toss ball card. Ordnance control helmet, a mag pick, 30 bits, another machine gun, mag pick, and armor parts. Okay, let's equip this weapon over here. The light machine gun does 320 DPS per second in total. Although it does have like slightly worse firepower in single shots. So if you do need to fire a single shot at once, you want to do it with a light pistol, obviously. And I'll keep that as my melee weapon. I also have the trip blade now, which is a two-handed melee weapon, and not all that bad, but it's worse than the impact hammer that I already have. So when I get back to a workbench, I'm going to break those down. Let's see. Riot control armor, some bits, another sawed-off shotgun. Let's unbar this door. Alright, let's, oh, wait. Some cigarettes. Alright, messages. Welcome, Director Pickets. From I. Rosenberg. To all. Subject keycards. Everyone, the keycard encoder in the lobby is back up and running. Hopefully it won't go on the fritz again and start shooting keycards at anyone who walks by. Oh yeah, and there's another way that you can get the first aid room keycard. You can go into the front lobby and use the computer there, and if you have a sufficient hacking skill, you can get a keycard. So actually, yeah, there's a couple different ways you can go about getting into the first aid room here. It's pretty neat. As a reminder, in case it does break down again, you can borrow a keycard from the director or one of the workers in the second floor office if you lose your card. From L. Trammell. From Trammell L to Pickett F. Subject, please stop. Director Pickett, I must lodge a complaint. Your obsession with this Mantiqueen is wasting all of our budget and holding up development on the entire exhibit. This has to stop. Lamont Travel, Financial Officer. From Hunters and Trackers Limited. Subject, please stop. Hello, Mr. Pickett. This letter is to update you regarding... I think the subject, please stop, was a mistake on the writer's parts. Like they copy-pasted the subject line and forgot to actually change that line. Oops. This letter is to update you regarding your request for one adult Mantiqueen. As you may remember, our trackers discovered a beautiful specimen out in the wild. Per your approval, we deployed a team of our highly skilled hunters to kill it for you. We regret to inform you that the entire team has perished. Please expect an invoice from our office including the cost of their gravesite fees, as stipulated in our contract. Additionally, we must ask you to cover the cost of all equipment damaged, corroded, dissolved, eaten, or digested, partially or otherwise. Thank you for your patronage. Please allow me to offer you the opportunity to purchase a second hunting expedition at a 10% discount. I look forward to hearing from you. Sincerely, Hunters and Trackers Limited, partnered with the Wildlife Eradication Society, a wholly owned subsidiary of Universe Defense Logistics. The subsidiaries charge each other for services? Okay, sure. Hunters and Trackers Limited, teaching the fauna of Halcyon the cruel realities of existence. Okay, interesting. So let's get what we came here for, I suppose. Let's pick up another mag pick. 25, a model spaceship, another toss ball card, weapon parts, bit cartridge, necklace, cigarette lighter, some pep pills, and some dervish mist. What's the pep pills do? Ingredients 99% water. Plain and pure water, 99% water. It's closer to reality than you think. When they say fat-free, what they mean is mostly fat-free. I'm not kidding. Ollie, Ollie, an immune... Oh, this gives you a 15%, immunity to harmful status effects. And what, lowers the duration of the status effects you already have? Anyway, pet pills. Companion ability cooldown minus 50%, lasts 15 seconds. Oh, so you can take those in order to lower your companion ability cooldowns if you want to just unleash with Parvati's hammer, or Ellie, I think it's Ellie, shooting her revolver, fanning the hammer and stuff. Alright. Oh, and the Nico pad is another nicotine item. A stun baton. Now, what's this? I've never actually had this weapon. 42 damage, and it has electrical damage. I'm going to equip that because it'll be useful against the mechanicals over in the plant. Let's see. No, the wrench isn't something you can pick up. For a moment, I thought that saw was a gunblade, and I'm like, what? Okay. Got the medicine, weapon part, another mag to zap. 16 bits. 16 bits. I get it. Oh, and there's another enemy somewhere around here. I haven't actually gone upstairs. That's probably where it is. Before I try to operate that computer, though, I should take care of him. Ah, there you are.
We'll fix you right up!
Boom! Just run up to him and use your damn hammer, would you? Why aren't you using your stupid hammer, Parvati? Sometimes the AI is not great.
That's the last of them!
That's how it's done. Oh, and you can get a first aid room key from that guy as well. Makes sense. And there's a guide to Mechanical Engineering Volume 1 up here. So that's 2 out of 3. The third one is in the geothermal plant, though. Another mag to zap. Some light ammo. Oh. Energy ammo, light ammo. Pep pills. What else? Is there any other thing? Ah, some mock apple juice. As opposed to real apple juice. You shouldn't make fun of apple juice, man. Apple juice has feelings, too. Alright, let's see. Oh, and that was just, you know, one room. Okay. And the only thing I haven't actually done is the computer up in the front. And the containers next to it. Anything else around here? No? Okay. Oh, you would have to hack the machine, yeah. Let me see. I don't have a high enough hacking stat that that I can get away with not using any bypassing shunts, do I? What is my hacking stat? Skills. 33. Huh. Oh, it doesn't have an ability like that. No, you always have to use a bypass, at least one bypass shunt when you hack. Okay. Well, it's only one. It's worth 60 XP. And then you can use Hack 25 to encode the first aid key card. I only did that for the XP. Keycard encoded. Thank you for choosing Spacer's Choice. Return to root. Okay. So there are a total of 3 different first aid room key cards that you can get. One on a guard if you prefer to fight. One in a container back there if you want to sneak around and get it. One that you can encode over here if you have a high enough hacking skill. Oh, not bad. Choices. You made a Metroid Other M reference with the geothermal plant line, and all I'm thinking is that, like, you know, my first thought would have been Jurassic Park. Okay. But, you know, I've actually read the book rather than just watch the movies. Man, so much pop-in when an area loads. They couldn't delay the load screen just, like, a half second more to hide that stuff.
If you're falling sick, I don't want you near me.
Don't worry. I wouldn't do that to you.
Jerks. Let's walk in here for a sec.
You're not a big drinker, are you? Something you need? In the bar? When I asked if you were a drinker?
You sounded worried.
Sorry. I know, it's none of my business.
I don't make a habit of imbibing.
It's not like I think it a failing, mind. It's just I live right across the road. Most nights I watch folks out my window. When they come in here, they might be happy or sad. Mostly they're tired. When they leave, they're mad at themselves. Or they stumble into the alley and I listen to their hearts breaking.
You're very sensitive, aren't you?
Am I? Well, it's just normal to me. Why isn't everybody else, I wonder?
I ask myself that a lot. Parvati, you're okay, people. Anyway, let's sell some stuff and then break down some stuff. And why does the workbench have to be on the opposite side of town?
It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's choice.
Okay, let's see.
Music to my ears.
I got actually quite a bit of What I do like is that, like, there are multiple versions of the same items sometimes. Like the necklace items, there are multiple models for them. Just different stuff, you know. Yeah, and I just sold my stuff here. I didn't realize it wasn't already on the sell screen. Oops. But, yep. And now I need to walk slowly to the workbench. Oh, wait, I should actually, talk to Esther over here.
I've got some time.
And if you're wondering why I didn't take the suggestion to name my character Esther, it's because I knew there was already a character early on whose name is Esther. So, yeah, there you go. What do you do here?
Oh, I'm an actuary. That means I keep tabs on a worker's living expenses. How much it costs to feed, clothe, shelter, bury, and replace your average human worker. Technically, I'm employed by the Spacer's Choice Department of Human Resources.
Now that is a new one for pop culture, an actually altruistic human resources employee. Fancy that. I've got that medicine you were after.
Thanks. I'll see to it that this medicine gets to the people who need it. Here, something for your trouble. Nothing personal, but I hope we never do business together again. Don't want to make a habit of consorting with smuggler types.
Never? That's harsh. At least leave me something to remember you by.
You do have some cheek on you. Lucky for you, I kept a little contingency fee in case you tried to negotiate with me.
I'm curious, who are you going to give that medicine to?
Somebody deserving. Silas on account of him being out in the cold, Amelia seeing how she's around people all the time. Anybody in the sick room?
Alright. Now, that's not all we can do with this. Hang on, I'm just gonna very quickly stroll on over to the sick room. Remember that person we talked to earlier who was all like, I don't deserve to have medicine given to me because I'm, like, not a good worker and all. Well, I keep forgetting to do manual saves. Ugh. Hey there, Rosemary.
I don't want any trouble.
Esther said she was going to distribute some medicine to those who needed it.
Esther's got medication? How? Did the boss get a new shipment? I'm sorry, it's just I thought we couldn't spare the medicine. Nope, I'm sorry. I can't accept help from Esther. If I deserved treatment, I wouldn't be here.
You're wrong.
Why?
You're not doing yourself any favors punishing yourself like this.
That is exactly what I've been doing. Not my place to dole out punishment. Not even against myself. All right, you made your point. If Esther offers to treat me, I won't turn her down.
There you go. It's a really low persuasion check, though. I'm pretty sure, like, any character build, like, literally any character build would be able to pass that check. It's just a thing that you can do for a little bit of extra experience. The only reward you get for it is experience. And you can also talk to Abernathy.
You want to mingle, go try the cantina.
Sorry, Abernathy. I gave that anthrocillin to someone else.
You what? But why? I was dependent on you. Does it feel good? Robbing an old man of his last shred of hope?
I'm sorry. I did what I had to.
Betray a man in his final hours? Of course. I understand. Hell, I'd probably do the same to you, given the chance. So, you just here to watch me die, or what?
I'll leave you be.
Where are we headed?
Nothing else. Okay. Let's go break down some stuff, then.
I've been feeling pretty low these days.
Don't let the boss catch you.
Ducky has donated $20.06 because Lewis is Lewis. Oh, thanks. Now I'm embarrassed. Now, I think I'm not going to use that or that. Now, the standard troop armor is probably going to be my main armor for a little while, so I'm going to add... The only upgrade I have is the Silver Tongue kit. And by the time I need to actually change to another set of armor, I'll probably have found another one of these. They're not, like, super common, but I did get more than one during my last playthrough. Now let's go break down some stuff, starting with the armor, because that's usually pretty heavy. I forgot to actually... Anyway, I'm always going to end up breaking down the Marauder armor. Alright, and then weapons. I don't need any trip blades. Watch the trip blades, because there is one that's a named trip blade. Oh yeah, and when a weapon has that little diamond icon on the right-hand side of the square, that means it's actually like a better version of it. And by better, I don't mean like functionally better. It's still got the same stats. What it does have, though, is a higher sell value. This one sells for 13 bits. This one sells for 6. So keep that one in mind. Now let's see, I've got sawed-off shotgun. I only need one. I don't want the assault rifles. Sentry saber. Assault rifle. Sentry saber. Now, if I'm right, I'll switch that out. The light machine gun. Actually, I don't. I haven't used the light machine gun yet, so it doesn't matter which one I break down. Let's do that. And the assault rifle. And the extra handgun. I think I'll get rid of the toss ball blocker. And yeah, okay. And we are in business. I'm down to 45 out of 70. Good stuff. I'll also put this on to increase my blocking skill, which is abysmal and needs the help. You don't have to convince the you don't have to convince the deserters to come back. Actually, you don't actually have to even talk to the deserters in order to take their power regulator, I don't think. You just have to take power away from them. And the room with the power regulator will be open, and you can just go in and take it.
Spacer's Choice, the brand of choice for spacers on a budget.
Anyway,
music to my ears.
I was just gonna sell the sword. There we go, 13 bits. All right. And we're all set to go out spelunking again. It is now 5:40. I think I've got like an hour and a half or so, give or take, until I have to stop and get ready for KOTOR 2.
Yep.
I kind of just want to keep playing this all night, to be honest. It's really good. And this is just the first area of the game. There's quite a bit to do in terms of exploring. But let's see. What other quests do we have? Go after the bounties. Get the book for Max. Oh wait, I haven't actually talked to Silas yet. Something I should do. Yes.
Hey, Miss Parvati. Come for a visit?
Not today. Just helping this lady.
Lovely to see you about, Miss Parvati.
Things going all right, Silas?
Been keeping him careful and true, miss.
What are you talking about, Silas?
Best to ask her yourself.
My dad's buried here. Silas watches over him when I can't leave the house.
I'm sorry.
Oh. Well, thanks.
Something I can do for you?
One of the things about Parvati is that she seems really confused when you're nice to her. I get the feeling she doesn't experience that much. Let's see. Hey, about those fees you wanted.
You run into any trouble?
I'm all done. Paperwork, fees, and signatures.
Reliable work from a freelancer. That's gonna take some getting used to.
I went out of my way for you.
And I'll buy you a drink sometime.
I was hoping for something more tangible.
Suppose you've earned it. One good turn deserves another.
Abernathy was trying to hide his own illness. No, I'm not going to say that, because I'm not actually sure he's sick, to be honest. Also, I think I've, like, done enough to upset that old man. So, I'll just leave him be. Now, let's see. Wait, where am I going? Oh, right. I need to pick a different quest. Let's go for the illustrated manual, which actually... Oh, it's over that way. And then I can hit the first bounty after I get it. Not bad. Efficiency. I wonder what's up these stairs. Ah. Wait, is this where he lives? Let's lockpick for the
Nice.
XPs. Tossball Divisional Championships this Saturday, only at the Antibiotics Antibiotics Sports Arena. I get it. Okay, and what's over here? Is this another? Nah, just some random shacks. You can jump around on rooftops and things if you can find a way to jump up to them, but I don't recommend doing much in the way of jumping around on rocks, because this isn't like Elder Scrolls where there's a bunch of odd places where your character can land. You're going to find that if you're jumping around on rocks and hillsides, eventually, well, pretty much right away, in fact, you'll hit a place where the ground just isn't programmed to be stood on, and you'll slide down the rocks, and if you slide too far, you'll take an assload of fall damage and die, probably. Well, it's not like I'm stealing things. I'm just lockpicking for the practice. No, really. That's all I wanted was the experience points. Oh! Ah, almost walked face first into a group of marauders. What are we looking at here? 3? Yes.
Can handle this. Here goes nothing.
Hi, buddy.
You got him.
Oh, she's down. Damn. Bam. Sorry, Parvati. 25 bits, 27 energy cells, Adreno, a light machine gun. Oh, and there's the stun baton. Some bits, some heavy ammo. Some bits, some heavy ammo. That's not explodable. I thought it might be, but it's not. Oh, hey. A couple armor parts, a geographic scanner, and a interactable highlight range, 5 meters. Installs an external sensor netting which detects interactable objects at an increased range. Huh. Is that even, like, does that have any use at all if that setting is turned off? Oh, a backpack. Nice. Actually, now that I have these, I'm going to go straight back to the workbench so that I can install them because they're going to be so useful. Terror on Monarch. Sorry, just sipping some iced tea.
Sometimes I wonder what I'm doing with myself.
Nothing I can do about that.
That's not a very empathetic response, dude. I mean, someone confesses to you that they're having an existential crisis. Is that how you respond? Really? Anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah, armor mods. So... the last slot is utility. I can use the scanner, but I'm actually just going to use the backpack. And that adds 20 kilograms to your carrying capacity right there. I don't have anything for gadgets, so There we go. All right. And now let's head on out. That was a good find.
Something got you down?
Nothing. Just don't want to fall sick.
Greyu2TT says, I wonder if people will call you Alex if you lie about who you are. I haven't tried that specific lie, but I have encountered NPCs that will comment on previous lies that you told. Like, the soldiers from the beginning by the ship, they show up after you do the whole power plant quest, and they will refer to you as the as the ship safety inspector if you told them that's what you were. Someone moving out in the hallway. Pardon any background noise, it can't be helped. I live in a house share. Other people are going to be doing other things. I'm not really ever in a position to tell them, hey, I'm working on YouTube stuff, can you please keep it down? Oh dear. Oh, damn it.
Here we go! Down they go! I see you now!
Boom! Let's let her finish that one off. Hi!
No! Get away! Everyone all right?
Oh, you do have a radio menu for your weapons. I just keep forgetting to use it. Just figured I'd mention that in case anyone was thinking, wow, it's a little awkward that you have to cycle through your weapons in one direction all the time. Wouldn't it have been easier to play on a keyboard? Well, not really. You can only equip 4 weapons at a time, and there's a radio menu. We live in the year 2019, after all. No, no one was calling me. It was something else going on in the house. I think I heard someone talking about the bathroom. Not many people in this house really even know me, so there aren't many situations where they would be calling for me, and if they were, they'd just knock on my door. Okay, let's see. Heavy ammo, light ammo. Personal terminal Clement Eldridge. Messages from J. Bartell. Subject, your theories. Clement, I find I must disagree with your theories about the Earth Directorate's place in the colonial system. Sadly, as much as I appreciate the board and the new frontier they've opened for us, I believe Halcyon and all the other colonies on the rim of the galaxy would fall to pieces or war amongst themselves if the Earth Directorate wasn't around to regulate trade and settle disputes. Do you think the corporations would accept the mandated inclusion of an Earth Minister if they had a choice in the matter? Jefferson. Subject, Spirit of Adventure. Jefferson. Of course, I'd never dispute that Earth is the heart of the whole colonial system, but the real adventure and independent spirit upon which humankind truly thrives is to be found out here among the furthest colonies. I still think you're wrong about the history, though. The discovery of the skip drive was not what gave the Earth Directorate power over the corporations. The high costs of the Great War left them in a weakened state, and the skip drive was simply the extra leverage the Directorate needed to return to power. Clement. Interesting. Let's take some delicious gourmet saltuna fillets. Trip blades, armor parts, heavy ammo, bypass shunt, weapon parts, bit cartridge, shock cannon, heavy ammo. Got a shock cannon now. Excellent. That's a heavy weapon, though. Collector's letter. I just got the letter today. Corporate ordered me to relocate to the Edgewater cannery, effective immediately. It's a shame. I was really looking forward to running my own gift shop at the community center, selling rare memorabilia. But scripture tells us that all things happen for a reason. Work fortifies the spirit and all. As for my book collection, I can't bear to part with it. I don't want those books moldering in some contraband locker, so I stashed them all away in a cave over by the river. Fun fact, the cave itself is actually not far away from the ship, so you can go there pretty easily, just like the moment you get off the you get off the ship after realizing that you need the power regulator. A free lockpick. Piecemeal mining helmet. Some Adreno. Bit cartridges. I've got 41 healing items. Jesus, I haven't even bought any this time. I was doing a lot more healing on my first run because I wasn't as good at the game, but now that I've kind of got a better handle on things, that I've got Parvati with me the whole time, instead of not having Parvati with me the whole time. Having a little trouble jumping down there?
Yeah, huh?
No. Let's see. Anything else around here? Ha. Some Adreno. Necklace, heavy ammo, light ammo, Adreno. Good. Now, where is... a cave over by the river? Oh, here it is. Yeah, and then after you get your ship, you just instead of going straight this way, actually, if you just go straight this way and then travel along the river, you'll get to it. So, yeah. Before I head off in that direction, though, I'm going to actually switch on over to Fistful of Digits for a moment and take care of this one. In fact, I'm just going to do the rounds and loop through the 3 bounties and then go back to the cave. Because that's what efficiency is. Okay, let's see. Got some stuff. It was being a little annoying about, there we go. Let's get into the grass. Hide behind the rocks.
I don't know anybody who ever came out this far.
Alright, I'll talk to her about it later. Ooh. Damn. That was close. You can use the body part targeting
There we
effects
go.
to get a fix
Wow,
on which body
not
part
even
you're
a scratch.
you're focused on at the moment. Oh. The others didn't notice me.
I smell blood.
Oh, damn it.
I smell blood.
You don't say.
What?
I'll fix you right up! Nice one! Nice hit!
Let's heal up a little.
No hard feelings, okay?
Ha. Good, good. That's the way. Man, this is a lot easier with a companion. It's like, the companions you get in, like, your standard Elder Scrolls game are basically just pack mules who can occasionally fire arrows at the enemy. But these companions are legit. The real deal. It's a little underwhelming compared to, say, the Mass Effect series, but oh. Whew. That was too close.
Stand and deliver! Always wanted to say that.
Ah, there's our bounty target.
No encore? That's the last of them.
And make sure you collect the finger. So, you just gonna stand there?
Wow, you crossed them all off, like some sort of heroic accountant running down a list. Teach me your ways.
You sound confused, or possibly unscrewed.
Only thing unscrewed around here is the head of that marauder you took down. Never seen moves like that outside my serial dramas. You, on the other hand, you were a sight to behold. If I had half your skills, I'd be the greatest outlaw the coast has ever seen.
I need you to clarify something for me.
I'm great at clarifying.
Are you a prisoner here?
No. I insinuated myself into their company, see? And they didn't seem to mind one whit.
I'm impressed. How'd you pull it off?
I may have bartered them a few boxes of Adrena time, but I'm sure that's got nothing to do with it.
How are you even alive?
I don't know. The vital processes that constitute the miracle of life are mysterious and unknowable. Oh, you mean around these guys? The Marauders wouldn't hurt me. They love me. I'm practically their queen. Yeah, must be my natural charisma.
Are you from Edgewater?
I got kicked out of Edgewater on account of falling sick with plague and stealing some medicine to treat myself. I'd heard some outlaws set up camp in the Botanical labs. I decided to throw in with them, seeing as I always wanted to be an outlaw myself. Instead, what do I find but a bunch of former workers camped out around a greenhouse? I couldn't just go back to the cannery, so I was stuck with them.
There was something else,
I've got
actually.
all the time in Halcyon.
No, no, there wasn't actually something else. Never mind. Oh, I'm encumbered. Great. Okay, let's pick this lock.
Dang, that's impressive.
Okay, an impact hammer. A revolver, nice. That is definitely an improvement over what I have right now. So, let's see. Oh, and it's a nice, pristine, sellable weapon, too. Less ammo capacity, but significantly more damage per shot. Per shot, rather. Oof. Hiccups. That haircut? What, the one Zoe here has? Oh, I don't know. Just a slightly punk haircut, I suppose? I don't think too much about it. But, you know, everything comes in fads. I'm not really gonna think too much of that. You get annoyed by fads, you'll always be annoyed by something. And fads are the worst thing to let yourself get annoyed by because they're so goddamn common. The only reason to ever be annoyed by fads is if you actually enjoy being annoyed and want to be annoyed often. Otherwise, just let it go. It's a natural part of life. Fads happen. But in any case, this game has a fairly limited pool of hairstyles, and all the hairstyles that you could, you know, pick in the character creation, which isn't that many, are going to show up all the time on the NPCs, so get used to that. Model spaceship, weapon parts, bypass shut, 20 bitcoins. Oh dear. Oh. You can sneak around back and climb up here, I suppose, if you want to take down the bounty target without attracting too much attention. Just got to avoid those mines. Now, let's see. Oh. Energy cell, armor parts. Oh, that one actually exploded far enough to hit me. Ooh, now I'm concussed. What does concussion do? Let me see. It's like a 20-second long debuff that lowers some of your stats, really. One of those stats, I think, is strength. So watch out. That can be catastrophic to happen in the middle of battle because it also lowers your carrying capacity, which can temporarily over-encumber you and make it so that you can't move. Or dodge, more importantly. I'll fast travel back to town once I've cleaned out this area. Some energy cells. Oh, hey. Another free lockpick.
Easy.
Another shot cannon, some bits. Shotgun. Good. Alright. I think I've explored pretty much everywhere. Oh no, there's this other building over here. Glad I noticed before I left. I mean, I will be coming back here. Zoe Chandler over there is connected to another side quest. Let's see. Some ammo. Another bypass shunt. More energy ammo. Ah, another free lock picking. It really does pay to increase that skill. Some cigarettes. Some booze. I can tell why this door was locked.
Gone quiet.
Energy. Bypass shunt. Oh, hey. Bits. Music box, mag pick, armor parts, bit cartridge. Okay. Nice haul. And a container over here with some Adreno in it. Alright. Now we have a finger that we can return to the town. And yeah, you can do these one at a time. Let's see. Right, I should go to the workshop, which is right past where I need to go anyway, so, hey, convenient. 6:09.
Almost lost a finger in the cannery today.
We should keep our voices down.
Something to report?
I'm here to turn in a bounty.
We pay by the finger. What do you have for me? Gil Antrim. Real name, Guillaume. Duly processed by a freelancer on behalf of Spacer's Choice. I remember him. Was just a kid last I saw him. Shame. I'll just need your signature here, 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 and here. Got any more fingers for me?
Nope. Alright.
I've been feeling pretty low these days.
At least you got your health.
What happened to Edgewater? It looks like a ghost town. Well, it was a pretty large frontier town, but there's some shit that went down in the geothermal plant, which you find out about if you, like, examine the computer files and stuff. And, as a result, the town is running on, like, 22% power, and eventually everything in the town got concentrated within the walls of this one section, and the rest of it went to crap. And basically, Spacer's Choice sucks. But you didn't need me to tell you that. Now, let's break down. Okay. Actually don't need the sawed-off shotguns at all. Or the assault rifles, or the trip blades. Sentry saber, no. Assault rifle. I only need one shock cannon. Oh, this is a lock-picking helmet. Nice. I'll keep that on me. That goes away. A one-handed melee boost. I might use that. Of course, I only need one. I'll sell that one. And, oh no. That's not what I wanted to do. Why isn't it equipping? It is the same impact hammer, right? Oh, I see. So it just slightly glitched for a moment there. Okay. Okay, and break down the spares. I don't need the assault rifle. The extra light machine gun, the extra hammer, the extra light pistol, gone. Alright. Let's sprint
Wish we had
on
some
out.
better rations.
I know how you feel. Had your rations yet?
Yep. 2 whole cans of saltuna.
Gross. I've been living on dollar store food mostly for a good while, so I understand how
Work your
that
jaw
feels.
on some Spacer's Chaw.
Let's see.
Music to my ears.
Sell. Got quite a lot of junk here, so let's sell all of it. And then, oh yeah, I had some armor to sell. This one, I think. Yep. Alright, good to go. What next? What next? What next? Well, we're back in town, so I might as well go straight for the book. The illustrated manual. I'll just head out the front gate. I don't know what we're going to do in terms of Mario Party. It's not really my my big enthusiasm for that game. That keeps us going back to it at conventions. I really hate hearing saltuna. Who thought a salmon-tuna hybrid was a good idea? Oh, wait. Well, it's actually not a
I used to skip rocks in the river till Constable Reyes ticketed me for unlicensed terraforming. I think she was jealous. She don't know how to skip rocks her own self.
What?
Where are we headed?
Unlicensed Oh, jeez. That's good. Oh, Parvati, you are always good value. And here's the cave with this, with the book in it. There are different kinds of mines with different types of damage, so keep that in mind. Any over here? No, we're good. Alright, what have we got here? Some 0G brew. He hid his booze stash in the cave too? Sheesh. I mean, I suppose it makes sense to pick somewhere close to where the town is. Some mag picks, just in case you need them to get into the safe, I suppose. And since I've got a kick-ass lockpicking stat, I can just bust on in. The Journal of Mbekonu. That would be our quest item. 27 energy blast. Oh, 27. That's nice. That is good. Bypass shunt armor parts bits. Good. Alright. And since we're off over here, let me check the map, because I think we come out possibly very close to the next Fistful of Digits objective. Oh, we actually come out pretty close to both of them. Okay, so I'll take these two on. Well, first, I'll save my game, because I keep forgetting to do that. I'm always saving my game when I'm playing on my own, but, Wait, the Epic Store version doesn't have any DRM? Seriously? Is that real? Is that a thing the Epic Store does? Well, if that's the case, I can at least expect it to show up on GOG once the exclusivity period ends. Oh.
Incoming! Here I go! Down they go! Ah!
do some healing.
We're not getting through!
Oh, these things are burrowers. I keep forgetting. Where's it coming out? Oh, jeez.
Can't get past that armor! Cover! Everyone all right?
Yep. Brains. Wonderful. Just what I've always wanted. I mean, with my intelligence stat, I need more brains. Right? I'm just gonna wait for my health to regen.
Something you need?
Anything interesting to talk about while we wait? No? Sigh. And yeah, Green Raccoon, I already know like the least collateral damage way to solve the geothermal plant conundrum. So don't worry about that. Oh hey. It's a volcano. Did I just level up from a discovery?
You can see the whole world from here.
Interesting.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah, I discovered the volcano and leveled up. That never happens. Alright, let's see. I'm going to be fighting Autumn Mechanicals soon, so I'm going to put 1 point in here to unlock the scramble effect from the lie skill. I'm going to put 2 points in here to unlock sneak attack so that I can do more damage when I sneak attack people, obviously. Yeah, sure, I'll put 1 more in there to unlock the location hits for heavy weapons. And 2 in here to unlock that forward dodge, because why not? Now I have 4 more points to distribute. Yeah, I'll put it in leadership. Okay, and now let's go see about Parvati. I could give her the shock cannon, actually. Let's give her that helmet. What's her armor rating like? Oh, her armor has 7. Yeah, that's better than anything else I've got. And I'll put the perk into bonus support engineering. And there we go. And now our engineering bonus is... $48. Nice. Oh, and when you increase your when you increase your engineering, you can also have a chance at extracting mods from weapons. Basic mods, anyway. Probably better mods when you get better at engineering. Okay, what are we looking at over here? That right there is our target. Okay. Careful. Boom!
Woo! Nice work!
Ha! And you know what I just got? I just got a hunting rifle. Oh, there's a tree in the way.
Nice one!
Boom. Ah, that was good. That was great. They're not quite done yet, apparently. Someone over on the other side of that. Oh. Hi.
Careful, you're hurt! Ah! Here goes nothing! Ah! 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 That's the last of them!
Got it. All right. Well, this worked out pretty well. Let's try and find the corpses of everyone that I killed. Here we go. No, doesn't have anything. Anything else? There we go. Yeah, time dilation plus a sniper rifle equals some really, really, really easy kills. Add to that a sneak attack bonus, and well...
Great work.
An auto-mag pistol. Ah, this has been a really good haul. The auto-mag pistol is not a bad weapon at all. It's also very stylish. And large. It does 40 damage a pop, which is better than the revolver, but it also has a magazine size of 12, which is definitely better than the revolver. The revolver has a knockback effect. The auto-mag pistol has a stagger effect. Ah, that is nice. That is a slick gun. That is indeed a slick handgun. Let's grab some ammo, a lighter, some more ammo. Anything in the back? Yes, indeed. Mock apple, some Spacer's Chaw, mock apple juice, armor parts, light ammo, Anything else? Okay, it's looking like I've gotten everything there is to get, although I do remember there being an item or two up here, now that I think about it. Yes. Light ammo, a mag pick. Can never have too many of those. And some more maca apple juice. Yeah, I imagine that's what I imagine someone drinking when they're up at a sniper post. Frickin' apple juice, man. Well, I suppose it doesn't make sense for them to have booze when they're trying to keep their focus so they can snipe. But apple juice? Really? Alright. I've got one more bounty to collect in this direction. When I started the session, I thought I would have time to complete the entire Terra 2 segment of the game in one swoop, but apparently that was a little optimistic. Oh, damn.
Got it. Heads down.
Into the grass. This guy's awake.
Go! Nice hit! I see you now!
Who's shooting Parvati?
We did it!
I was hoping Parvati could finish that person off, but that animal off, but doesn't look like she had a good weapon for it. I don't remember how to command your companion to switch weapons either. I mean, it seems right now that she's just doing whatever she feels like in terms of which weapon she uses, and just not being entirely smart about it. But damn, this handgun packs a punch. It really does. The damage on this thing is really nice. What's the damage type, actually? No, it's just regular old physical damage. It just has enough DPS that it's... And a high enough firing rate that it's, Oh, hang on. These things.
We go! Don't mess with us.
Ha. Nothing. Nada. Well, that sucks. Now I think this is the place where I need to be going for the final bounty. No? Up that way? Well, I'll go this way anyway. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, before I go this way, I should probably ditch the hammer in favor of the shot cannon. Yeah. Take some ammo. A mag pick. Huh. Last time I was here, there was a big old robot standing right smack in the middle of this group. I guess that was because I was at a higher level when I got to this area.
Here we go! Down they go! Here I go!
Ugh. Thread the needle. Oh, yeah.
Hey, get up!
Oh, damn. Damn. Thanks for sitting still for a second there. Okay. Some more money and ammunition. Can never have too much. Yeah, you can hold the button to collect everything, but like it's quicker to just rapid fire the button and collect it all one at a time really fast. a lot of the time. So that's what I've been doing. All right. The enemies in this game do repopulate, so you can grind for experience points if you need to. Just, you know, run around killing things, rest for a day, and then come back, and everything will be back where it belongs. But I think the specific types of enemies may change when they repopulate, because, yeah, this was an area where I fought a big-ass robot before. But, I'm not at a particularly high level right now, so I guess the robot won't spawn. Oh, once you have a quest for the area unlocked? Oh, okay. I didn't actually have a quest that involved a robot. It was just a random ass big robot. Maybe I need to go into the geothermal plant first or something. That would explain it. Okay, what else? Heavy ammo. Ollie Ollie toxifree. Sealed. Oh. I don't know what that's about. Is there another way in? Nope. Oh, hey, a vending machine. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's see, what have we got here? A backpack mod. What's this? Mr. N. Melee weapon mod attack. Changes damage to deal N-ray type damage. Oh, okay. But it also halves the damage. Okay. I don't actually know what N-ray damage is. The vending machines give me serious BioShock vibes. Especially with the jingles that they sing after you mess with them. Okay, I think I've explored this entire area, so I'm going to move on. Oh, you can change your companion's script. Let me see. Oh, right, yeah. Range, mix, focus on melee. Yeah, mode aggressive. Oh, and you can even, like, determine how far away they follow. Okay. All right. Well, that'll probably make things a little easier from now on, because I really think that she's better off with her hammer than she is at just shooting with a pistol. And I don't have enough, like, big weapons to give her anything, like, huge. Oh, right, that's right. The bounty was in a cave.
Here we go! Don't mess with us.
Dead. Oh, man, look at how much heavy ammo I have already. 692 shots. This is ridiculous. Ammo is ridiculous in this game. Probably needs to be ridiculous in the harder modes, but still. Okay. A Marauder Hooligan. A Tamed Canid. Oh. That is a little too close, yes. And that's one
Here we
down.
go!
Ah, and there's Doc Maybell. Let's try the shock cannon. Ha ha ha!
Cut him off!
That is a good weapon. I like that weapon. Fun times barrel. Marauder Thug and some of that. Some 0G. Bits. Heavy ammo. Cannon tail. Oh, Doc Maybell's finger. There we go. Oh, and Doc Maybell has a weapon, I think. The weapon in question is the Blad on Stick, which is a better version of the, no, actually, it might be a, oh no, it's a better version, it's just in bad condition right now. So sharp that it cuts some letters out of its own name. It's supposed to say Blade on Stick, but the E and the C are missing. I get it. So you can repair that and make it into a better version of the Trip Blade. Oh, I might keep it, just because it seems to be a unique weapon. A plasma rifle. Oh, here we go. Nice. Okay. I'll ditch the submachine gun for now, and there's the plasma rifle. Shotgun, sniper rifle. You can get some surprisingly, like, really good weapons in just this first section of the game. I'm a little surprised. Normally you have to wait a while before the good stuff starts rolling in. But no, in this game, go wild. uh... Alright, and with that, I can just fast travel back to town. I have all the fingers. It's almost 7 o'clock. So I think after I break up some items and sell my unnecessary stuff. In fact, let's just go to the general store first.
If you're falling sick, I don't want you near me.
Don't worry. I wouldn't do that to you.
Work your jaw on some Spacer's Chaw.
No, thank you.
Music to my ears.
And the discount is going up along with our reputation, so that is a thing. I have quite a bit of junk to sell. There we go. Oh, and it turns out that was all I needed to become unencumbered. I was just barely overweight.
Been eating nothing but saltuna for a year.
Just the way it goes, I suppose.
That sounds ridiculously unhealthy. I'm surprised you don't have scurvy or something. Okay, let's see. Break down the trip blade. The assault rifle. Tactical shotgun. When the hell did I pick this up? Sweet. I don't need the revolver anymore. And the sentry saber. No, I don't need that. I'll sell that one. What have I got here? Oh, hey. I can sell that, and yeah, I think I'm good. Oh, I missed an item when I was going through here before. Alright, let's go turn in some stuff.
Vale's a little safer, thanks to you.
I still need to turn in the book to Vicar Max, too. I'm here to turn in a
We pay
bounty.
by the finger. What do you have for me? Mabel Burgess. Age 37? Right or left-handed? Let's just say no longer applicable. I remember Doc Burgess. Conducted my physical every fiscal quarter. Guess she couldn't keep her hands off her patient's medicine. Still one outstanding bounty. If you've got a finger, I've got the paperwork. Here we are. Bertie Cotton. Cause of death. Let's just say overwhelming physical trauma. Bert was the local preacher before Max took over. Always was quick to remind us that we all get what we deserve in the end. Well, that's all three. I must remember to requisition some more fingerprint ink. Here's all the compensation you've earned, plus a bonus.
What's this? Junior Deputy Constable?
You've done such a bang-up job hunting down our former workers that I thought it only proper to deputize you. Congratulations.
How did so many of your people end up marauders?
Let me stop you there. It is official Spacer's Choice policy that all marauders, regardless of prior affiliation to the Spacer's Choice brand, no longer qualify as our people.
That really doesn't answer my question.
Marauders are folk who lost the will to keep working, wandered out into the wilds and gave into their baser instincts. Not everyone's cut out to work in Edgewater. Some turn deserter, some turn marauder. None of them get my sympathy.
Yeah, I heard one of your workers shot himself. Eugene, I think.
Uh-huh. I recall young Eugene. Good kid. Nice smile. Fussy about his health, though. Took a little too much adrenatime. That'll do a number on your brain matter. Says so right on the warning label. Violent psychosis is a well-documented and legally accounted for side effect of adrenatime.
Right.
Sometimes I wonder what I'm doing with myself.
Before I head over to Vicar Max, I think I'm going to have another talk with the barber.
Oh, I cut my own hair. But Conrad sells real good disinfectant.
Oh?
Where are we headed?
Okay.
What can I do for you? Go ahead.
I'm told Eugene killed himself. What happened?
Eugene was not a suicide. He put a bullet in his brain, yes, but that's largely a technicality. I was the one who prepared Eugene's body for interment. I discovered symptoms of the plague on his corpse, and I discovered medicine in his pocket. Lots of medicine. Eugene overdosed on adrenatime, which is known to cause psychosis and paranoia as possible side effects. The paranoia drove him to take his own life.
That's horrible.
It's a miracle of bureaucracy. If Eugene's death were filed as a suicide, we'd all pay the price for his crime. We can all thank our lucky stars that young Eugene was hopped up on medication and suffered its predictable side effect. I included it all in my official report. I'd like to think I saved Edgewater a great deal of money. We never could have paid the fines associated with a suicide.
I don't know you. I just wanted to show that last conversation off because I remembered it was
Yep.
it was one that I hadn't seen yet.
Spacer's Choice, the brand of choice for spacers on a budget.
Okay, let's see.
Music to my ears.
I was going to sell the revolver. That's worth 19. Oh, 20. And the extra lock-picking helmet. There we go. Alright, now before I end this stream, I'm going to go turn in the book to Vicar Max.
Something got you down?
Nothing.
Hey there. How you doing, Max?
Any progress on that matter we discussed?
I've got your book right here.
Wonderful. This is fantastic. Well worth all the sacrifices I... Wait. What the fuck is this? Is this French? I can't fucking read French. It's a law-forsaken joke is what it is. French. Ha! I was so high and mighty, preaching to the yokels about following the plan, while fighting it at every turn.
That book seems a bit more important than you let on.
There is little more important than such a precious, rare text. I've spent my life searching for the keys to unlocking the secrets of the universal equation that underlies the plan. I had hoped this book held some of those answers. I became so desperate, I even got myself assigned to this plague-ridden backwater to find the damn thing. All the time and suffering I've spent. Wasted.
Why did you think the book held the secrets you were looking for?
Bokonu, the author, had some interesting theories about man's perception of reality that I thought could be applied to our attempts to decipher the plan. Unfortunately, he was also one of the founders of the Philosophist school of thought, so the book is banned in this colony.
What's a philosophist?
Philosophism's a false religion that stands in contradiction to almost everything we know to be true. They believe all is chaos, in stark contrast to OSI's belief in the plan. But most of the philosophist perversion of Bokonu's thoughts came more than a century after his death.
A vicar searching for a banned book sets a bad example, doesn't it?
The story of my life. Most lay people are not aware of this, but We've not discovered any new insights into the plan for a long, long time. I had an idea that we should welcome the truth, no matter where we found it. I had the worse idea to share my thoughts with a superior. And that's how I ended up assigned prison duty, where I was fool enough to let an inmate bend my ear with stories of an original Bokonu journal. But that's neither here nor there. What I need to do now is to find a translator, obviously. But to do that, I'll first need to secure transport. You have a ship. Perhaps I could make myself of use to your crew.
Could be a beneficial arrangement. You need a ride out of town? I wouldn't mind a ship hand.
Certainly. I already gave you most of my money, but I can offer you free spiritual counseling, and I'd be happy to watch your back. I'm pretty handy with a tossball stick, or any blunt instrument, really. I'm also a passable gun hand, if it comes to that. I can usually talk my way out of conflict, though. Oh, I'm fairly competent at hacking computers as well.
That all part of your Vicar training?
Well, understanding computers is, though I admit I took it further than most. And I was quite the 32nd back during my penitentiary term. Left many an opponent bleeding in the prison yard.
Are you even a vicar? Because you aren't sounding very vicarly right now.
Of course. I'm a vicar who is dedicated to his calling. More dedicated than any other you'll find in this colony. I joined the OSI to help decipher the grand plan. But instead, I ended up the vicar in a prison due to ignorance and politics. Then I came here. Satisfied?
Sounds good. Let's go.
Fantastic. Let me get my things in order and I'll catch up with you.
Edgewater's gonna miss you. Folk here always had good things to say about their vicar.
Thank you, Ms. Holcomb. I'll be glad for the change of scenery, and to leave this place behind. I shall see you on the ship, Captain, whenever you're ready to leave Emerald Vale.
And so we've recruited our second companion, although he can't actually join the party until you get the power regulator into the ship and take off. You don't. I should mention you don't have to do all of the side quests in Emerald Vale before doing the power regulator quest, although depending on how you finish the power regulator quest, you might lock a few of them out. I don't know. Because you can come back to Terra 2 and, you know, visit Edgewater and the surrounding area again whenever you like. It's not locked out or anything. But, yeah, Vicar Max will meet us on our ship when we're ready to go. And in the meantime, well, it is just about 7 o'clock. So I'm going to call it here, and thank you all for watching, especially thanks to the people who donated to the stream, and, well, if any of you have actually been here for the full, how long has it been going? Something like, oh, it's 5 hours and 57 minutes. As of the stream timer that I'm looking at now, just shy of 6 hours. So, just about as long as that first Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines stream. It's been good. Thanks for the kind words, but fuck this place, Vicar Max. Yeah, that's kind of what he said, isn't it? He was nice about it, but also not. Sorry. People are jolly. When I say this is the end of of this stream, I just mean it's the end of this game's stream for the day. I'm actually going to be starting a stream in about an hour for Knights of the Old Republic 2. So if you have time, maybe you can join that one if you're interested. In the meantime, good night everyone, and take care.